making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Day 2 of the IEM Rio closed qualifiers here in Europe. Got 2 days to go. This evening was in our first team to Rio, and tomorrow afternoon we'll be sending our second team. So 2 spots up for grabs, and we have 6 teams remaining in the tournament. I said goodbye to OG and Bait yesterday. They're always good fun, these ones, Michael, because we get a lot of the top teams in these qualifiers for the IEMs. It's been one of the more stacked qualifiers I've seen for a while. And to be fair, some good Counter-Strike so far. So long may that continue.
Yeah, and we definitely had some surprising results coming out of that first day. You know, 3D Max taking out fnatic in that opening round. I don't think many would have had 3D Max pegged to play up to that level. You know, even with them having won the Sky Esports, I think just before the season closed in the previous season. They have had some bouts of inconsistency, but beating a fnatic team that have more star power. And then we had these pretty big blowouts in the other 2 games in the lower side of that upper bracket, whereas the Falcons OG game was very heavily contested all the way throughout.
Yeah, I mean, actually, every 2-0 you guys can see here was a blowout. That wasn't really a close one. We fortunately did cover some of the closer games. We did all right on that front, but yeah, not so close some of the others. And of course, OG Bait's going to depart. And of course, today we'll be covering, at least this morning at the A stream, we'll be taking Cloud9 Fnatic. We have 3D Max Heroic. We'll be covering this lower bracket. And then that upper bracket game, the Falcons Eternal Fire, that'll be later today, scheduled for 7:30 Central Europe, barring no late games, pushing us a little bit beyond. So, yeah, a lot of fun to come. We're certainly at the business end now. And for all 4 of these teams, what an opportunity, but only one of these low bracket teams can even play for a spot. Only one of the low bracket teams can even play for a spot. They'll play the loser of Falcons Eternal Fire. So it's an absolute walking of the coals, I guess. It's going to sting.
Yeah, no, it'll definitely hurt. You know, certain teams as well are in better positions than others in terms of them sort of ramping up at the right time to make it to something like an Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and others are having some minor bits of turbulence about finding their identity as a roster as well. So there's some real chances, I think, for the sort of underdog teams coming into this qualifier, even with, you know, bigger names within this qualifier. And we're going to actually get to cover one of those teams that has been, I think, maybe this plucky underdog that actually has already taken one of those names. Mentioned it earlier. 3D Max are quite exciting to watch in that regard.
They almost beat Falcons as well. That third map, I'm pretty sure it went 11 towards the end, and then yeah, some mad mistakes, let's say, from some of the 3D Max players, baffling decisions in those later rounds. They still played a great series, but I'm certain they would have come out of that thinking, wow, we were so close. And hey, if you win that game, you are really close to Rio. You've got 2 chances. But now, they're going to do it the hard way. They'll be playing Heroic. I mean, on paper, it's a easier matchup than Falcons, but I'm not sure that counts for much with the overnight reset. I think this will be a very tough game for 3D Max to win.
Yeah, and Heroic are in a weird spot where, given the recent addition of Dexter, we would have thought this team would be hitting the ground running a little bit more, but I think they've even looked a little worse as of late, and they haven't been able to register the same performances that you maybe expect from the players that they have on this roster. I do think we have vetoes coming up very soon, and I'm not really... I don't think there were going to be any major surprises. I guess maybe Nuke I didn't expect to see as a decider. I thought it would maybe lean towards a Dust 2, but outside of that, I don't think there's any abnormalities with this.
3D Max have a ridiculous amount of games played on Anubis. 32 in the last 3 months. That is a lot. A lot of games. They could have picked Nuke, but actually they've done, as you said, they've done really well to get both maps out of this. I don't think they should be disappointed with this veto. I think 3D Max, this is the best chance they're going to get. I mean, there's quite a good matchup veto-wise for them. So yeah, I think no massive surprises, but equally no massive complaining from either team. Let's focus in, I guess, on these teams a little bit more. Dexter's a big point of discussion. Obviously joined the Heroic project, replacing Nikodos reasonably recently, but various problems means he can't make every LAN events, obviously online. Maybe slightly more favourable for him at the moment. And for a player that, at times in the past, I think rightfully has been tipped as on the path to become one of the best players in the world at his positions. That is a big billing that he's set himself up with in the past. And unfortunately for him, for issues inside and outside of the server, we haven't seen that Dexter for a long time now. I personally believe that he still could get near that level, but it has been a while.
Yeah, I mean, there was even questions about whether he would be able to join another top-level team, given that he had such a long hiatus from competitive play. And then, he stood in for an event, actually did quite well, and suddenly we're talking about Dexter coming back to all these top-level teams, and hasn't had the same performance, or even the same flashes that I think his kind of re-emergence into CS2 actually gave us a look into. So yeah, I don't know how to feel about this Heroic. I think there's a lot of pieces I enjoy. You know, Shush, Tess's. I think Kixon can be quite explosive. I mean, Nertz as well is just a fantastic security player. If you have advantages, this guy will finish those rounds off for you. I think they've got some really great pieces. They just don't seem to be gelling as well as you would hope.
It's hard to make a team like this work. But, as you've mentioned, particularly in this sort of matchup, if you have Nertz and Dexter, I need you to win. I'm sorry, they're just that good. And as well as some of these 3D Max guys have been playing, they're not of that caliber. So Heroic definitely have pieces here which make them look favorable. Obviously, in Counter-Strike, it's a team game. That doesn't always necessarily translate, but Heroic will absolutely come into this series feeling like we got the guns here. We have the firepower advantage.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if 3D Max can turn their fortunes around on this pick in Anubis. This is where they fumbled at the end of their game versus the Falcons. But they were very good at winning pistol rounds. CT side start for them. Heroic already making their presence known in through mid. They're not shy about this whatsoever. It is a heavily committed push, but they route through to Temple.
I know, they've gone the wrong way.
And the Canals players can route right back as well to help out on B if needed, but are they going... Oh my god, they're going to split through A from spawn.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. It's strat roulette. It's strat roulette. They've gone all the way through spawn. Oh, if they'd gone B, they would have met so many players.
Yeah.
But they route in the right direction. Now the bomb's down. They've got a decent afterplan with all this deep CT control. An important duel as Dexter gets aggressive towards Graffiti. But if they hold on to this space, I mean, there might be a smoke on one of these players. But deploying that and getting on the bomb is going to be so difficult. And now these numbers being whittled. I mean, 3D Max never looked geared to give this retake a real shot to me.
Yeah, just completely out of position. Total misread on how the round was developing. And as much as Graffiti will try to do more damage, the round was already done. Heroic, yeah, the sporadic routing through spawn, the lack of resistance when they got there, they do end up picking the right direction. 3D Max, you could see them hesitate. You know, they had a double Canals push set up, and those players didn't fully commit to an A-side attack because Exorcist was almost calling them off, saying, guys, they went through Temple. There's almost no reason to reinforce the A-bomb site. And then, sure enough, he could have used the help.
Do you remember driving around when GPS just started being a thing, and you had the GPS on the on the whatever?
Yeah, on the dash.
And then it would just you'd make a turn, and it would say like recalculating, make a U-turn, new route found. That was the pistol round for Heroic. Yeah, the woman on the GPS wasn't happy about the routes they were taking.
Yeah,
make a U-turn. No, sir, we're driving straight through these barricades. Don't try this at home.
His garments didn't recognize when there were roadworks.
I also don't blame 3D Max for hearing all that noise and thinking, oh, they're going to wrap B.
Yeah.
Because they've actually seen that before.
Yeah, a very surprising pistol. But, oh my goodness, surprising pistols indeed. USPs aplenty out on this A bomb site, and it's Dexter that's left to contain the remaining CTs. They do get their hands on 2 AKs though, and that's the majority of the the premium weaponry that Heroic had. In fact, that's all of it.
Just save, keep the guns.
Yeah.
Tesla's going to go looking, and this is the right decision because these AKs are valuable to Heroic as well if they can scoot them back. Why let the AKs do the poking? That's what the SMGs are made for, right?
It is a question to be posed. And I don't have the answers. Hell, even the Galil, you know?
This has become a colossally expensive round. Heroic will have no money in reserve once they've rebought all these rifles.
So just versus USPs.
3D Max will have more money in reserve because they've saved 2 guns.
Yeah, they haven't set themselves up for a lot of success here, even if they do find these 2 rounds.
I would actually, if I was coaching, I would pause right now because this round really matters. You lose this as a Heroic without a bomb plant, even with in some senses with the new bomb plant bonus. You're double eco.
Well, no timeout was taken.
3 for the price of 1. What 3D Max have right now.
See whether Heroic can make the right call then. Round of grave importance, and no real risks being taken by either squad. 2 smokes being used at the start for Heroic. In fact, sorry, 3. And then just setting up in standard mid control, but a nice supportive mid nade from the B bomb site. Let's actually smoke off one of those entrances. Maka blowing the smoke in mid. The flash as well to prime it, and he is through. The Molotov is sectioned off. Kicks in. Oh, the flash is beautiful for his entry in middle. And from here, they've still got a minute to play with, and they can still pick their poison as to which site to attack. 3D Max are set up pretty heavily towards A for some information.
Does it come to, like, they've got to pick these players before they get up and into dark position around the site. Kixan does get caught, but that's a lot of information now. Site can be taken. Just need to cross with this bomb. Jocko post. I should have stayed gun out. Gonna regret that decision. And 3D Max, I think saving is the move because they have a bit of money in reserve. They can buy again.
Yeah, really hoping that they could have had that flash delay the attack on this B bomb site just by a couple of seconds, but those kills are all that Heroic need. So far, so good. Heroic dodging the major blunder that could have been losing this first gun round. All the compounding economic problems that were brought up by that second round. Oh, and some lovely kills here for Exorcise on the exit. This still makes the money a little worrisome here for Heroic. I don't know if you share the same opinion. That felt like they overcommitted to that hunt.
I agree. I mean, their money isn't great themselves. Maybe even better off just themselves avoiding fights completely. But, yeah. You've got a punchy start from Heroic. They're certainly not playing scared any of these rounds.
But they're not
check
necessarily...
out the early call from Kixan.
Oh, yeah.
5 outside of B. Nades in. We're just going to go. VT, immediate trade. Nertz, though, is dinked. There's another player to be rooted out in dark and fast rotations here towards Temple. Molly does a lot of work to isolate out. Smoke helps even more. As he did just get punched in. A decent spot. As long as I can win this dark fight. This is the crucial juncture. And Shush looks the wrong way at the wrong time. Way too many players, and Jocko cleans up shop.
Damn. That round evaporates. Just a Joko 3K. They knew they had no con control. They planted safe. And it does feel like that first domino to fall. Shush sort of turning away from Conda to face into Temple just as 3D Max went out for the swing.
I'm so confused that Dexter's gone nearer the bomb again. There's no point going back to the site. Bizarre. Odd. That would have been another AK if he'd saved that. Yeah. For those that didn't see yesterday, Jocko was a monster. He was probably the biggest reason that 3D Max were competitive in that series versus Falcons, particularly the first map. If you play anything like that today, he will give 3D Max opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, we had Maka as well having a pretty solid series. I think Lucky also had a great Anubis versus the Falcons until the very end of that map. There are pieces that can strike. Maka, again, blowing that smoke and just, this time, catching Kixon. Last time it was empty. Gonna contact right into A main, and Nertz just disintegrates the A-hold. That was supposed to be a guaranteed trade. And yet they get nothing.
That is star power. That is... You know, Heroic didn't have a lot of money in reserve here. This is another round where they're economically on the brink. And Nertz shreds. Absolutely shreds. Such mechanical prowess and a head on his shoulders. A true pleasure to watch. Over the years, it's been Nertz.
Also kind of doing it at the right time, no. With Kixon dying inside of middle, it was, what, a 5-6 second window before that, and then this contact play in through A. They had the nades lined up as well for the execute. It was a, you know, Heroic were posturing up for that attack, but they didn't hesitate once they had lost that middle lurker in Kixon. And yeah, sometimes it does just take someone walking into main and finding two.
Won't necessarily work on every map, but Anubis is one of them. It's a bit like how Dust 2 used to be way back when an individual could just walk off catwalk.
Sure.
And just take some fights. Anubis is a bit like that. Poke and prod. Give the extremity players especially a little bit more space. That's going to be Nertz and Shush on this team.
These are some great nades by 3D Max just to counteract the forward aggression of Heroic, and they'll have heard the singeing of the Molotov via Kicksan. This is a fight for mid, the flash to set it up, but Dexter playing anti, able to adjust in time. XRCs really wants this trade, and he'll go in for it. Gravity this time, the one that sets up the kill. But still a man advantage here for Heroic, and they can slow down the play. They've got time to play on.
Such poise from Heroic to just commit to playing that anti-flash setup. A lot of players would get angsty after taking the damage and be like, okay, we need to fall off. Maybe we need to get aggressive because we can't fall off. And in that transition, you are most vulnerable. But they never let that opportunity present. Now they're going to reroute back into mid yet again. 3D Max have said, we're in a man deficit. We're going to take a risk. We're going to stack all three on B. If the bomb goes elsewhere, we will save our guns. We will have a buy in the next because of the money in reserve. And for the moment, it's only heading the way of a save. It will be 5 for Heroic.
Yeah, very much if they were going to continue playing for this round, they likely would have been hunting for an advantage in some capacity as opposed to sitting pretty on that B-bomb site. So, yeah, the call was made long before Heroic had made up their mind.
Time to pause? Feels like it. I mean, this is 3D Max's pick. They've lost mid quite a lot. And it's... The troublesome rounds have actually been when 3D Max themselves have tried to be proactive. We had the the play earlier with the free set nade, so you break the smoke, then you go through the door on the flash, and you have the molly as well. Didn't quite work. I mean, it's a nice idea. And obviously here they're trying to get aggressive after they U-turn and really find the frags. So I wonder at what point you say, either let's give this, or Mackie, you're up. You just play a deep line and hold.
Yeah, might see them move towards that A side setup that's very popular, holding close main while they hold A main, and you just kind of give up actual presence in middle. But how much would that be anticipated by Heroic? A lot of the changes we saw from 3D Max yesterday versus the Falcons, after they actually had some struggles on their CT side as well, getting started, was to be aggressive. You know, they went for a Canals crunch from main and connector. They tried putting some pressure outside of B a couple of rounds. So this could be a change of tone here for 3D Max on their defense. I don't think there are many teams that play totally passive throughout a CT half. Anubis is also one of those maps where it does feel like you have to come up with an idea on the CT side to get advantages, or at least information.
Yes. For me, Anubis is the map of decisive reactions. It's not actually... I maintain that all-out aggression, especially taking canals, is a bit of a double-edged sword. It's not a given that you're going to get all out of it. But if you don't react when the T side takes space, they take mid, they take control towards A, they pressure B through dark or whatever. If you don't take space elsewhere, you will lose the round. Because you can't get split on the sides time and time again. You will lose, you know, a massive proportion, even with 3 players on the right bomb side. So that's, for me, is what we haven't seen just yet. So much from 3D Max. That mid-round aggression.
Well, we're getting to the mid-round now, right after the 3D Max timeout. No one really did much of anything at the start. So will there be that reaction? Good dodging of nades between both sides. Nade of Note should do some damage. Maka's still holding his line, and Lucky once again teed up for this flash in through the mid doors. But Kixon is just hiding inside of that window, waiting the smoke. Bomb is outside of B, so with as little time as there is on the clock, it's not likely that they're going to divert their attention towards the A side, unless they get these kills nice and quickly. Great position from Lucky, wide on the smoke dispersal. So Kixon, with him dropping, it does funnel Heroic into this idea of hitting the B bomb site, but 3D Max are none the wiser as of yet.
Finally, 3D Max are winning the information game. Heroic are forced into this hit. Who's gone? It's a great kill. One man left to find. But Lucky has rotated in time. He's in towards dark. And with 6 seconds left, this is over. The bomb isn't even on the site. So, huge round from Lucky. Finally winning something in mid. And that made a tremendous difference.
Absolutely. Just took a risk in that 40-second mark. As soon as that smoke faded, it was suddenly a door swung wide open for him. He even pushed for more. You know, I was not expecting him to hang around inside that mid window and catch Heroic trying to link up on that B bomb site. But Lucky took taking matters into his own hands. Starting 2 mid here on 3D Max. They have not gone for that opening very often, and it's because Maka wanted to pick the line with the AWP. Kixon, I mean, spams him. And a perfect boost for Dexter setup as well.
It's just a nightmare, isn't it? It's a replay of what we saw in earlier rounds, where the moment we insert some aggression, it doesn't work so well. 3D Max, they do have 2 on this site. Even that isn't enough. Only 1 apiece for Lucky and Exorcise. More mid woes. More mid woes. Especially with that AWP play. It's like that would have worked a year ago.
Yeah.
Now.
I'm just trying to think how many rounds have actually been through middle. I think bar the Nertz double entry on the A bomb side, I think every round has encountered strife. You know, every successful Heroic round, rather, on this mid position.
Not normally how this map is played. I mean, this map is normally give mid, push the sides. It's not normally fight to death for mid.
I was going to say, they are giving mid just in a little backwards way.
Yeah. Rolling out the red carpet a few times so far. We're getting into dangerous territory. Reminder, guys, map pick here for 3D Max. This is the lower bracket game. Loser of this best of 3 goes home. Even if you win this, you've got a lot of work to do before you make it Rio, but at least you're still in the running.
Yeah. They stay home, in fact. Because they want that trip to Rio.
No doubt. I mean, especially 3D Max.
Yeah, don't always get many opportunities. In the same way that others are afforded.
We're on 2025. Let the games begin.
Oh, they might blow open the con smoke. Nobody was actually facing it on the side of Heroic, and the spam from Nerds is devastating. The Molotov as well, hounding down that following kill. Nerds as well turning his attention to the main push, expecting that 3D Max reaction. They need to clamber back onto this bomb site. They have already lost so much out of this half, but it may just be already too far gone. They've already got a foothold on the B side itself, and they don't have kits. They called it quits before that bomb even went down yet again.
It's a similar sort of round. There's been so many similar, granted different areas of the map, but as I keep saying, this map is about reactions. But 3D Max are doing like, when you're on T side and you group up on a site early and just hit it, that's considered quite a big risk because you have no information. You don't know how the other team is set up. They have a lot of util. They're doing the equivalent of that on the CT side at the moment. Every round, they're trying to make an aggressive move, gamble into an area of the map. And I'm not... It's the sort of thing where I'm not sure they're understanding why they're losing these rounds. That wouldn't have been my call.
Yeah, especially when Heroic have just not really been doing much.
No, it's been a wild game for them, hasn't it? They've just defaulted. Just fragged every time.
The only place that's really received a lot of attention at many stages of the round is middle. And, you know, this time 3D Max maybe tried to bypass that problem by attacking a different area of the map, but you're right on the money. You know, the same problems emerge. Heroic are just there to react.
If we can't believe their luck.
It's like a spring. Every time 3D Max run right into it, they just get flushed or flung right back.
It's like that show, Hole in the Wall. And they can't get through it. Keep jumping straight into it.
How do I make myself a triangle?
Exactly. That was for those that haven't seen it, I doubt many have if you're not British. Oh, Anton Duvek commentating that. What a world. Bring it back. Is it still going? Assume not.
I don't think so. I think other shows have copied, but never stuck it as a mainstay.
I'm not sure that show ever made it to a mainstay level.
That's like, also fair.
Yeah, it's kind of like quirky. Well, this round's certainly a different opening. Say that. You see, I love how much they're proving me right, man. I love this, because every round is just the same. It's like, aggress before you have any information.
And now they're split 2 and 2. They gave up middle, but can they actually hold down this A bomb site? Answer would be no. Nertz the first, and Tessis the trade. I feel like we're stuck in a loop. We're seeing weird variations of the multiverse, but there are so many permutations where Heroic just keep winning rounds.
It's Groundhog Day. Going again and again.
This is cursed. 3D Max decided that this was going to be their purgatory.
Yeah.
Didn't even know that the Devils could be in purgatory. Even this, Dexter getting the last two on the hunt with the AWP.
Oh,
That should have been a kill every day. I mean, 3D Max,
I can't believe it.
they are ruining this Anubis pick.
How is Ecstasy 11 and 6 at the moment? How does that make any sense? He's got the most kills on the server, and his team's getting slammed. I don't understand what's going on. A plausible explanation here is that 3D Max prepped for Heroic and said this, and this aggression's going to work. It just doesn't. This doesn't feel like the CP side of a team that's played as much Anubis as 3D Max has. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, 54 times this year, 32 in the past 3 months.
That's wild, given that a month that's a player break.
Okay. It feels like all these rounds are going to just have the same thing happen. Another double entry, another one of these situations where 3D Max are just feeling forced to split 2 and 2, and these two on the bomb site just aren't enough. Not an ample defense. I mean, you're already 2 and 8 in the scoreline. They would have felt encouraged to go for this. So Cease, just more kills, more empty calories. There's so few round wins attributed to the kills that Exorcise has been able to get. They're just taking a pounding.
Absolutely cooked. It's just, you know, granted, I make the points that I think there is a strategic misunderstanding here from 3D Max, but equally, when it comes to the more micro decisions and the micro moves and the sheer mechanics of some of these heroic players, they're just shredding.
Yeah.
They're just absolutely shredding. It's like on every front, on every stat, 3D Max is losing horrifically.
This time Heroic are taking a bit more of a risk, just going with a faster play towards A. They get past that Molotov, they tanked an HE for it, and there are 3 players here for 3D Max. They push in, and this time the aggression works. They get exactly what they've wanted all half long. 5-on-3 advantage.
They must have not read quite how many were there for 3D Max. They're taking their time actually to exploit the gap in middle B. Missed a trick, maybe. But yes, if there's any hope of survival, 3D Max, of course, needless to say, have to convert this round. Certainly in a good position to do that. As Heroic start to reroute. 2 here in Canals. Where is Shush? He's outside of B main. More delaying Util. We're going to need an entry, surely. Eyes on Dexter as he starts to round this corner. Jocko's right, first found. Jocko wins that duel. Makes it 2. With that control now, should be free for 3D Max.
What?
Show, and indeed he is so far. Graffiti, why have you got your knife out? 27 seconds. There is time, but if the CDs just play this together and swing on the same timing, it shouldn't be possible. Bomb is scooped. Shush goes looking, and the high-lower setup does work. Free for 3D Max. They got a lot of work to do, so going to half number 2.
my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound. And I will rise, and I will fly, rise,
A hellish start to Anubis for the Devils of 3D Max. Heroic just running through the motions and getting a lot of that star power we know this roster can provide. Let's see whether or not the French can turn their tide now that they're on that T side, or will they be trapped at 3D as their max?
Okay, well, for the moment, they're picking a good site. Just Tezes. At some point, Heroic will aggress mid. But not without a Q. They haven't received one yet. Now the B-pop comes in. And Tezes might do better, actually. Just take some pot shots and fall out. Tries to give ground. Needs some help from his teammates. And as they fall from the bridge, do indeed are playing on location. So bomb is planted. And now 5-on-5 retake to come. Flashes through. One for Tezes, one for Nerds. It's all swinging the way of Heroic at the moment. Two players out towards Gliffy as Jocko, hero of yesterday, tries to salvage this round. But with just Graffiti left remaining, surely they think it's towards main. Pops away, does get a connection, finds the kill, and wins the round. 3D Max is still kicking.
Yeah, fantastic work there from Graffiti. He was not in a great position to help his teammates actually deal with the initial onslaught, and even with that smoke down, third or fourth bullet as he's spamming that smoke, it is a connection to the head. Once he finished off the diffuser, it is simple enough pickings. So yeah, not completely dead just yet. And I am happy for them that that has gone their way. I think they put up such a great performance yesterday that it would be sad for Anubis to start and finish the same way.
That after plant confuses me in the 2-on-1. Because I don't know where the other Heroic player was looking. It felt like he's looking towards dark, which wouldn't make any sense, because that's where everyone came from. Maybe a miscomm, I'm not sure. It was quite obvious to me that the main was the only available position.
Yeah.
But, of course, I am blessed with the X-ray, which makes me always right. Cody coaching was so easy.
Yeah, if only. It is still a troublesome round here for Heroic in the second.
Go on, make the Hunden joke. Gotta be done.
I don't know, with all the recent talks about ESIC, I'll just let that one stew. Well.
Alright, save the guns, Heroic.
Yeah, good enough for 3D Max. Faster play, took camera quick, and didn't lose too much on their way. I find Heroic such a perplexing team in that, you know, all the games you watch, Nerds will pretty consistently be that top man. But I think when you get onto CT sides in particular, you know, we are looking at these two Danes that have stuck with Heroic past the roster moves, Shush and Tessis as the main guys to look to. You know, they're the impact players. And I think bar Cologne, that has been true. I think Shush had a kind of surprisingly poor Cologne. So doing well in this qualifier, getting to another Intel Extreme Masters event. Be nice for his comeback.
On paper, it should be Dexter that leads the way on how this team should function. That is a great entry. Granted, it's not a full investment, but that is a taster for what could come later on.
Those were disgusting.
We need some popping individuals to salvage this game.
Yeah. Even if it's not about just salvaging the game, salvaging the morale here for 3D Max. They know that they have the firepower in sort of bursts, you know, whether it is Exorcist and a lot of the kills that he was getting on that first half, albeit, you know, they weren't winning a lot of rounds courtesy of those kills. You know, Joko and the performance he had yesterday, Maka as well, he was actually pretty consistent throughout. They know they have players that can serve as a spark, but all their kindling in that first half was damp.
Terrorists win.
Early go rounds will set the tone. Been very clean anti-ecos from 3D Max, so got some reserve. This one is reasonable bonus round, 3 Galils and an MP9. So let's see. Big green out for Dexter. Not necessarily the easiest map. Make it work on the defense. And where is he heading? Looks like mid at the moment. Goes for a peek. Nobody around.
Well, it's a lot of T-side utility used at the start. Once again, these 3 smokes just to issue a bit of control. A deep one inside of A main that allows them to take that space. They're being very loud about their approach. They run past the smoke, into a flash, into an HE, and they are making their presence known on this A bomb site. Bomb is committing out as well. Exorcist inside of the smoke in a tarp and trying to get in behind them, but he's completely lost in the source. Gravity able to get a trade right back, but Dexter in from heaven ends up empty-handed, and Joko, amidst all the chaos, finds a player not looking his direction. They are still yet to get this bomb planted, but Tessus is now out in the open now that those smokes are drawn out, and they always had Lucky on the flank as well. A chaotic siege of the A bomb site, but one that still pans out for the French.
That was Carnage.
How many smokes?
Yeah.
They were everywhere.
Players bumping into each other all over the place. Who knows what was going on? I'm not surprised Heroica paused, because even for them, it's like, wow, how did we not get more out of having... They had 3 on the site, and plenty of util come the hit. Could never get on the same page. I'm not convinced, because that was a CT smoke. The one that was kind of nearish the pillar, around the side. I'm not sure that actually helped. I think that just gave 3D Max even more space to get up close and then cause carnage.
Yeah, well, it helped them get out of camera. It didn't help them actually hold the site. It was weird.
Don't you normally smoke it down the stairs and then kind of one way over the top? Albeit, obviously not as powerful as Go, but same sort of idea that you skulk your way in rather than... I don't know.
Yeah, that may have been the intention. It just didn't work out that way. I think CS2 smoke's going to be a little harder to manipulate in that same way, especially when you're throwing things on the fly.
3D Max are now the favourites to win this map. Such a huge economic reserve. And we haven't seen anything in this half that compels us to think heroic. Are still top dogs.
Yeah, that was the thing with that whole first half, is that amidst, especially the early parts of it, there was a lot of damage being done by 3D Max continuously. There was you know, there were ways back in to prevent such a massive scoreline from developing in favor of Heroic. But we're not seeing those same caveats as of yet. Heroic not getting a lot of damage out of these rounds. Good kill there for Kixon. Draws attention away. Tessus can slide out from Con and had to get a kill if they were going to make that at least a little uncomfortable there for 3D Max. Still, they walked into the 357s and didn't lose more than the 1.
Okay, well, let's see what that pause was all about. What is the change for Heroic? Granted, they've only played the 1 gun round here, so... a massive data to fall back on. Let's see, a free A start. That is a little bit unorthodox. Early util dispersed and certainly ready to get aggressive if they choose to do so.
Yeah, Shush is going to start walking it. He'll play close. Dexter can take that first contact and Shush to play off him. It will be mid-focused here from 3D Max at the start. Not too unlike how Heroic approached it on their T side. But doing so with more players.
I think it makes sense. I mean, they saw... I think they felt the A aggression take mid in response. Unfortunately, Ecstasy's falls foul. So the A aggression in the end does work. They could even think of leaving 1 player A and bolstering elsewhere on the map. And Heroic might continue to get aggressive. They think they fully seeded mid, but they haven't. Mid is not in the control of the T side at all here. It's a little bit awkward. Just need to get Nerds back on this site proper. I'm looking a little bit more comfortable.
Two smokes and a flash is all that 3D Max have left, and just in deploying some of that util, Marker gets caught by Shush on great timing, once again aggressing from main. Lucky, a good response on this B bomb site. The smokes are out of their hands and on the bomb site itself, so it is giving 3D Max enough room that they can think about this plant. But Graffiti wants to push in for a little bit more territory. I think Kixon caught a whiff of him, and yeah, Graffiti gone, and Kixon will push for the second as well. Great work from the in-game leader here of Heroic, getting their hands on their first round on CT side.
Such phenomenal timing from Shush on both of his kills. I don't know if he got noise cues or whatever, good information from elsewhere, but they were just incredibly well timed. I guess he pushed A on the mid take, which I guess ensures there's not more than 1 player around, likely. But still. Good decision making, good shooting, and a very important round to stem the tide.
Yeah, I think based on the location of Exorcis's body as well, he might have been caught descending out from rugs. So I think Shush, yeah, did just find fantastic timing on both. Oh my goodness, they're set up for an A burst, and Shush is playing close. He's playing that same setup with Dexter, and so as soon as they fire this shot up on the orb, Shush should swing, and he's ready to greet them with open arms. A lot of damage after that first kill. Joker almost dying to the nade in an attempt to chase Dexter out of main. With that Molotov that was thrown.
Ballsy.
Yeah.
Get back on a semi-aggressive angle.
And Kixon left him.
Is this really a take? Because there's still a lurker in Lucky outside of mid. Dexter can't connect. He is gone, and it is a take. They need to commit for the moment. Being a little bit reserved because they want to bring Lucky into play.
Heroic are aware.
Heroic think it's B? Or are they...
This is a gamble stack.
Color me confused.
Yeah, I mean, this must be a gamble. I think for them, it's maybe almost too linear. You know, aggressive move in main. The re-aggression, you know, effectively a re-execution of main itself. Some probing into the bomb site. They find Dexter. And they threw all that executil. And after the mid-lurker comes out and sees nothing, you know, Heroic maybe just get caught on the idea. It can't surely be A with how much they've made their intentions clear. Wait. They're still going for this. Just because they've gotten those kills quick enough, they're just barely going to get onto the bomb in time. If they get a smoke on and they stick it on the defuse, they have kits available, and 3D Max can do nothing to safeguard it. They were spread so thin in an attempt to hunt, and there is no one to guard that bomb. They give up too many kills too quickly. There was enough time for the defuse.
I'm speechless. I mean, that is... They might have just knocked them out of this qualifier. That is the scale of the round they've just lost. They would have been right in Anubis. They would have been the favourites to win this map, and now I only need one more for OT, 2 to win the map. This is 3D Max's pick. I mean, obviously we saw some antics yesterday of less than perfect moves in the dying stages.
Yeah. And I think, regardless of how we might say they did good in some of their games, it will be overshadowed by some of these massive mistakes that have come at times where, yeah, they could have won maps. They are not out of it yet, but Heroic are teed up in a way that they maybe had no business by that prior round. Camera up. 3 players there for 3D Max, and they'll creep out. Shush has a lot on his plate, and he will be unable to dish out much. This time, a 5-on-3 for 3D Max, and I suspect they will stay on the site. Yeah, they've had some major fumbles in the bag. That's I
do somewhat feel like the previous round was a colossal lifeline as well for Heroic, because they have really struggled to find a consistent way to play this defense.
Sure. It's one of those miracle moments where, oh, they've decided to hunt when we can run for the defuse.
I think Nerds and Dexter have really struggled to have impact on this defense. Well, they all have really, but those are the two that attract the eye.
Sure. I think my secret about watching Heroic is I am always curious about when Kixin is going to pull out the negative. I know that when games are taking a turn for the worse sometimes, Kixin does gravitate towards that gun. And I don't even mean that as a criticism. He still gets kills on it as well, which I think is the wildest part. From time to time, it feels like you're getting a glimpse in that Kixin's gone a little off the rails. But we're staying on track here for Heroic. Let's letting you know I've got a troublesome habit. Just keeping an eye on him.
On the reins. Reeled in. Okay, so important round. At some point, Heroic, they can't save forever. They will be killed and have to eco. So will arrive sooner or later if they keep seeding rounds. Another 3A start. They could get aggressive. Feels like they're more intent on just sitting on the site for the moment. And they're getting it wrong this time. They're getting it wrong. 3D Max are going to go through the flames. Nerds is felled. Tezes tagged up already. He's surely not long for this world. They does a lot of damage, but he's so pinned in this corner. Dispersing every piece of util at his disposal. Finally taken down.
They're not...
But, is this retake on? It's going to be so difficult.
They're not even planting, though. I don't think Graviti realizes he has the bomb, or maybe he does, and he doesn't feel safe to transit back to the site. Those smokes are not going to last forever, and he does get into a safer position to punch in those digits. Now it seems like the retake has been called to a close. But with that hesitation, Heroic were still probing, still wondering, if the bomb's not going down, you could still go for this.
This is becoming a nightmare half. Or Heroic. Needless to say, good rounds have come very few and far between. Obviously, the standout was the retake into the save, into retake yet again. So we're a little bit earlier. Huge mistake from 3D Max. The map would have been all but over. Kept a firmer grip on that one.
Yeah, and listen, I understand. Anubis is T-sided. I don't know it's 9-3 T-sided. And I do fear that we are... I just feel this anticipation of an overtime, given the way that this game has panned out, these minor mishaps that have been happening on this run back for 3D Max. It feels written in the stars somehow. But in much the same way, you know, we were critical of 3D Max and the way that the rounds were exploding. It feels like 3D Max are getting much the same effect, you know, whether it's these double entries or these good trades when they actually commit to these late round ideas. Heroic are struggling to get the performance out of these actual site defenders. And it has
the last
been...
round was really bizarre. I don't know why they started 3A and didn't do anything with it.
Heroic are taking more the approach that 3D Max did towards the end of their CT side, playing a bit more static and a bit more reactive in the way that I think you wanted 3D Max to do earlier, but
Yeah.
it still hasn't borne much fruit.
We'll see. If Heroic's going to make a move, it'll be as 3D Max takes some control elsewhere. So the moment they just fall into playing the sites, 3D Max need to start thinking about how they're going to end this round. A little bit of pressure over towards A. Dexter's bursted the smoke on that side, so he sees nothing. In the meantime, 3 men get aggressive out of B main. 1 collected, and now they reroute. Nerds! We asked for more, and he is delivering. A trifecta already in this round. How does 3D Max move from here? They do not. 4 for Nerds. 1 man to find. Could be the ace. Swings wide, and A does the job. This round could still be on, couldn't it? There's some util as well here on Lucky. It's all about this flank.
Yeah, all on timing and how much Lucky reads into it.
If he goes A, I will lose my mind.
It is such a risk, and the timing on that B main face, that flank that Shush was slowly pincering in on, catches Lucky as he considers that very move. What a round from Nerds. Yeah, quiet on the CT side, sure, but when you need him at the end of this map, 4 kills in defense of that B-bomb site.
What I would give for an impact rating on every kill. I mean, those are just otherworldly. Absolutely massive from Nerds. And, you know, this has been a half where Heroic strategically, as a team, they haven't been up to snuff. They haven't been competitive. They needed a huge individual outplay, and they've got it. And now they're looking confident. Bit of aggression outside of A. Think better of it, though. They give the space, but they have alerted 3D Max. They've shown them there were numbers towards A. B must be lesser defended this time. But in some senses, Nerds goes 1 for 1. Would have wanted more. Dexter's on location, and there's no util here to deal with him. Makes it 2, and is still alive. Bomb is out in the open. Rotation's coming in for Heroic. This could be the moment. They've had to fight so hard to get this map to the brink. But actually, Dexter's gone. I speak too soon. This isn't over yet.
Oh, but smoke down to Temple. It's not going to make the transition of that bomb into the site any easier. And Shush is just holding his ground, playing a deep angle inside of Con. You'd have to swing wide to clear him out. And Shush, just actually giving up his position, started to creep further. Exorcise flushes him out, and it leaves Tessus, that last man, to bring Heroic through this Anubis. He'll sit inside of that smoke, has a kit to play with. Time is not really the biggest factor here. But he just has to find these fights. Even if he finds Exorcise, the trade, it was always lined up. And even if Tessus anticipates, he cannot adjust in time. That could have been the knockout blow, but 3D Max still in this map.
Can't believe Maka got that kill. With Dex's every day of the week. And we have gone the distance. Heroic were dominating T-side. Absolutely dominating, winning so many gun rounds. And this half has been anything but. Alright, quick pause. Tell you what, Jocko's come alive. It was XCs that paced the way. And now Jocko's up to snuff, up to speed.
It almost feels like you just have bursts from different members, different times. I mean, Maka, like you said, kind of getting a magic kill to get them back into that previous round. But then we think about the Graffiti double entry in through mid on the half buy. You know, thinking about the ways in which they're bursting into these bomb sites. It has been a collective effort to re-rally back in this game. And you're maybe not getting that same stopping power that you'd want out of Heroic on this CT side. Those same woes that 3D Max experienced, well, it's symptomatic of this CT side, it seems. Aggressive move. Kixon dropped into Canals from mid with that MP9, and he gets a double in the final round of regulation. 3D Max
calls that? Who calls that in this moment? Who calls that in this moment?
Kixon does.
I can't believe it. I've also never seen that work. I've watched a lot of Anubis. I've never actually seen that play work. That was the death blow. That's a disaster. What do you even discuss right now in TeamSpeak if you're 3D Max? What has just happened? You have to somehow reflect, redefine your objectives. I think I'd like to see Shush playing a position which was a little bit less one and done. But maybe he won't get tested at all. Bomb's heading back towards B.
Yeah, that one flash into main has called Dexter in a position where he can't really support this B bomb site. They need these raw entries. It's Kixon, the masterclass on this round. He started with 2. He's found another 2 to add to the tally. And he may just ace it for Heroic in the final moments of this Anubis. Graffiti has to win a 1v5 to outdo him. And it'll be Shush that denies from behind. Heroic may have led the way in that first half. But they had some troubles that needed addressing. And lo and behold, the real hero is Kixan all along.
That was such a bad half from Heroic. And they'll know it, honestly. I mean, 3 of their rounds are just nuts. That Kixan play, the Nurts round where he gets 4 in a position where he's getting absolutely enveloped. And then obviously the crazy retake that should never have been earlier in the half. In some ways, Heroic should, thank themselves. They managed to win that. But they did, by hook or by crook, they have won the map, and that now puts this series in a terribly perilous position. I don't know, are there any positives to be taken for 3D Max? I guess they came back pretty well, but that's going to sting the way they lost that.
Yeah, I think when we looked at that first half for 3D Max, they just were getting out-aimed, out-thought, and everything was going wrong. So there were some promising signs that things started to come together for them at the very least. But yeah, I'm really expecting to see a bit more tactical insight in that second map. But before we get to that second map, we're going to have to go to a break. So be prepared for what could be either that Heroic 2-0, or we may go all 3. A surprisingly close first map between Heroic and 3D Max. Given the way that it looked, I thought that was going to be a nightmare for 3D Max coming into this series, but they did turn the ship around, only to finally fumble in those final moments. Alan, talk to me about how you expect Ancient to go.
I think Heroic's going to win it.
Yeah,
I think the way that first map ended was more an indictment that Heroic are uncomfortable on the CD side of Anubis than anything else. I don't expect them to make the same, not necessarily mistakes, but they just couldn't find a consistent place. I don't think that's going to happen on this second map, and it's not necessarily been the best map of late anyway for 3D Max. So, yeah, I mean, the series isn't necessarily over, but I absolutely favour Heroic, and certainly if Nerds or I guess Kickstart in that last round, if they can repeat any of those antics, it's just another thing for 3D Max to deal with.
Yeah, I guess I may be surprised to hear you say that, given the problems actually Heroic seem to have going into that CT side of Anubis, where, yeah, we needed the crazy 4Ks from Nerds and Kickstart to really save Heroic from that fumbling of a pretty significant lead. So I'm maybe not so convinced by Heroic as of yet, but I mean, obviously the caliber of players are of a metal that they should beat a 3D Max on this map. I think I think as well Dexter plays positionally quite well on this map, where he maybe feels a little out of place on Anubis. I don't think he's had the reps yet to be comfortable on that map.
Sure, I can't think of many AWPers that are, to be honest. It's just a tricky one to get consistent sight lines, and it'd be so good at that kind of almost close quarters sort of combat, or mid range positions, and moving quickly and peeking and immediately shooting. I'm not sure that necessarily is Dexter. So maybe Anubis would be more favoured. Certainly for most AWPers, it is a stronger sort of home turf. But here we go. Heroic, one map to the good. Loser of this series is gone. Winner will play the winner of Cloud9 Fnatic later today to continue progressing here in that lower bracket.
Yes, both of our lower bracket games going 13-11. Heroic winning theirs, and Fnatic winning theirs in the other series. So nothing is determined as of yet. CT side start here for Heroic, and Nerds just probing, making sure to keep tabs on players crossing to red. He did see a couple of players cross, and you could see these players from B there to take up that sight line and stop them getting into CT spawn. As well is inside of red, so it's in a fairly committed position where it does feel as though Lucky is on an island. Greedy and Exorcist are going to have to try and bail him out, carve out a path, but that bomb is still cut off, and Lucky does win a crucial duel. Dexter tried to push him down. Shush only on 3 HP, but he does have a player alongside him inside of Donut, so Shush isn't expected to get much out of this, but they needed Nerds to get the trade, and he gets floored by Exorcist from a 3-on-5 to now 3-on-2. 3D Max have got a plant down.
Heroic need a fast kill, and they don't get it. There's no kit. The afterplants are very strong for the Frenchman. Exercise gets plucked, as does Graviti. One player can get on the bomb, and the other sticks, but actually they're going to go both for the kills. There is time, and they find it. That is an unbelievably clean retake. It was honestly no resistance from 3D Max.
Yeah, perfect spots to check. You know, Tessa's immediate kill on the big box, cleared temple fast, or that Brokey angle, and then just a decisive 2 versus 1 at the end. Not much to fault. Some problems to letting it get to that point, but hey, they'll just be happy they won the pistol.
Game
Yeah,
on.
force buy from 3D Max in the second round, and a couple of Galils, some pistols, and a Mac 10. Maybe look to Graffiti to try and get some distance, maybe take over some cave control. See if we can get through to Cheetah first.
Let's pay attention, because this round matters. It was so dangerous. And of course the upside is enormous should you win it as the T side. What's the default so far, isn't it? They've got 2 players outside of mid towards A. They're now going to start skulking in for some mid control using the B pressure. It's their avenue to come in unchecked. And what a call from Heroic. This is aggress down this ramp. Mac is tucked in the corner. Jocko has no idea. Lucky to be alive. Maka swings. Kixan is gone. 2 more on the bomb site, and do 3D Max accelerate? They're trying to. Maka collects his second, and Tezes with 29 HP needs help. Shush is here. Can Shush save his teammate? First found. Lucky does collect Tezes. This defense is holding on by their fingertips, but now these smokes are down. If that bomb gets planted, they're no longer favored. Pendulum swings the way of 3D Max.
Oh, but a kill offered up. They flashed to try and get Lucky out from default. And Exorcist will at least be able to trade back. They'll know that Nerds was in through spawn in the same area. Steps made as well, but no way that they can link up. Exorcist, another pivotal fight. It's a double between him and Maka. Maka may have started, but Exorcist closes.
That's righted a lot of the wrongs. A lot of the wrongs of losing pistol.
Such a brave choice from Kixon at the start. Because he had teammates with him on the ramp walk, didn't he? And after he fired his shots, his teammates split and Kixon stayed, it seemed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. They might have, you know, peppering up Jocko and then Jocko falls off. They might have kind of thought, oh, there's nobody else here. They're just running into mid. After 3D Max.
Yeah. It just seems so perplexing. He fired so many shots down range, and, from Maka's point of view, that M4 only has maybe 7 maybe 5 bullets remaining by the time he swings him. So unless Kixin hit a very clean kill, Tech9, it's kind of in an ideal fight.
I have a hunch, by the way, that Maka might have actually DC'd in that 2-on-1. He didn't look right, and then he wasn't moving come the end of the round.
Yeah, and then we get the pulls afterwards.
Yeah, then he was the last to buy. If he did, that is unbelievable. That's another layer. Okay.
Well, you lose to a force buy. A reasonable response is to win one yourself. Or you lose it and the lead builds for your opponent. Doesn't always swing in roundabouts.
The T-side forces are a hell of a lot easier to win than this one is for Heroic. They've already burnt all their nades. They were, I guess, hoping that the mid was a bit more contested and they could get up close and personal, but it hasn't transpired. 3D Max correctly taking their time, cautious, using the utility, clearing this Jaguar side of the cave.
They have a lovely crossfire built inside of cave. It is the only real defense they have on this B-bomb site, so they are hoping someone slowly walks their way into this.
Huge call. Look at the stack. How do they know?
Yeah, it's a very committed choice. And it is the right one. Especially with those smokes, they're going to get more confirmation that the hit is coming their way. They hear these steps inside of cave, but Lucky gets both. The trade and the adjustment onto Kixan all the same. Exorcise activating as well from his lurk. And they may have had the players in the right spots, but they were going to be outgunned. And they do get mowed down.
We needed more from that cave 1-2 punch, didn't we? Still, though, I mean, 4 players alive for 3D Max. Taking a site with 4 in defense. Quite incredible.
Yeah.
A very clean round when there was a lot of jeopardy off the back of a good call from Heroic to stack in the right direction.
Yeah, must have been off that mid-util. The amount of smokes and the like that were down. Unless they had all ventured into Red Room. It would have expected to maybe have a few bit more sort of precursors to an A-side attack. Don't know. It was a good decision nonetheless. Heroic on USP, standard issue. And the 1P250, great spam from Graffiti. And they'll even just run up the ramp via Maka on this SMG, farming up some extra money. He'll, of course, want an ult as fast as possible. And he finds 4 kills on that Mac 10, so he's got money for days. Does he actually buy it, is the question. I think there's a lot that would run the line of thinking that why drop a perfectly good weapon that could feasibly get a kill? Especially when you think about Heroic coming into this round, and with what we know, all 5 of them have no head armor. Maka's not the one that keeps it. Graffiti is the one that now wields that Mac 10.
There's going to be some aggression. Dexter has util to lend a hand. He can smoke the doors. He can flash over too. Jocko, util out in hand. Wrong time. Tucks just behind the box. And Tezza still wins the duel. What a almost bizarre sequence. I wonder if that flash landed. How is Tezza's not blinded? Go over his head?
Yeah, must have. Oh, Shush's position is so good. Not something that they will clear, and he knows about this other one that's walked out. Maka unable to find that trade. Just a great position choice. Didn't as well hold his crosshair exposed where that A1S could have been seen via the extended barrel. And sure, he falls, but his mark on the round already made.
It's already a game of doing damage here. See if the Frenchman can collect any more. No, sir. Big round from Heroic. Slightly bizarre whatever happened there towards the ramp, but yeah, sitting behind the box and on A pays dividends.
Yeah, sometimes as well, it's the small things. You know, Joko actually could have gotten a kill from his position, you know, to punish that ramp peak. One, if the flash had connected, I guess, a little better, but then, you know, even when he got caught by the flash and the B lane utility from Heroic, he didn't make a step at any point, so there was no information for Heroic unless they saw him. There are chances like that. Good Molotov in from Cave. They want to get aggressive here on the side of Heroic. They're inside of the smoke in at lane. Tessa's getting out to ledge and stopping the early move. In fact, he'll help on this mid hold, and he has blitzed them entirely. Heroic having 3 to fight on that elbow swing. 3D Max, nothing to show for it. Really solid position there from Dexter, but Joko does get the better. Lands that headshot through the edge of sight, and a plant for Joko is nice, but chances of winning it are next to nil. Kicks an MP9. He knows that Joko is just fishing for kills, and he gets nothing more than the one that allowed the plant.
Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Tez is off to a great start. He looked brilliant so far. The money is surely getting stretched now for 3D Max. What do we got? They're going to force in 3 Galil so far. Something's a little bit on the brink. And I'm not sure I love it, to be honest, because you're not going to make Heroic eco. They've got some cash, especially they can save a gun or 2. So I hope they know what they're doing. Trying to contest mid on the T side at the moment. Put away by the Molotov. They get a second Molotov. And Kicksan collects an opener. Where's that? He's aggressive on ramp. There's so much going on.
Yeah, I really thought Tessus was destined for a fight inside of Jag, but all the same, Kicks, they've just been unrelenting really on this B ramp aggression. Whew. A big save for him to have gotten away with his health, because he gets another kill, even in his attempts to hold down this B bomb site. Did lose out on Kickson, but Dexter, the rotate is there, Nerds as well, canceling out that refrag, but Maka down to 1 health. Shush has a lot to consider. There's a lot of time still left on this clock. Maka can simply wait, hold, and maybe even have seen if Shush made a mistake, but Shush don't make many of those. Heroic still get away with a 4th.
That felt very unnerds to just swing before his teammate was ready. It might have been a miscomm. He might have wanted them to double peek. Pause in for Heroic, and it might be for these reasons, because it's getting a little bit hectic.
No, I mean, it starts as a clean 5-on-4. You know, nobody holding for that B ramp aggression. Kickson gets his kill, evacuates. It's all well and good. And it still finds itself into this 3-on-3 where it could have gone very pear-shaped.
Reminder also that Saw, formerly Events, is the coach of Heroic. Also, we focus on the lineup, on the server the most. But Saw certainly worked himself into a position of great renown on his ends period.
Yeah. I think they credited him a lot with when games got rough. When they took these timeouts, Saw came in with some big calls. Nerds maybe not reacting quite as quickly as you would like to the aggressive mid-take. The Tech 9s do run that man down, and Shush took a lot of damage in his attempts to do damage back.
Shush pushes the red room smoke. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
He's a wild man. This is such a chaotic round. There was not a lot invested into this for 3D Max, and Dexter is dancing with the devil.
I can't believe he got another one out of that.
I think Heroic got away with that round. That could have tumbled ever so fast into disaster.
Yeah. One snowball shy of an avalanche. Well, time for 3D Max to consider their approach. I find it funny, you know, we're talking about Saw and maybe making a call. And then that round happens and you're thinking, did they actually execute anything that Saw wanted in that round? Did they even have time to do it? But finally some impact for Dexter in the past couple of rounds. I think he started this game 0-5, which is, you know, it can happen. That's probably the most egregious scoreline start. But we did draw some attention to him on this map. Maybe hoping that he'll provide a little bit more out of this CT side than he did on Anubis. Going out for fights once again, just trying to get past that elbow smoke, and it results in much the same way it has been going on these gun rounds. Heroic really are pounding them at the start of these defaults.
Yeah. It also shows you that it shows you how different maps are and that a playstyle isn't going to translate. We saw a very similar breed of Counter-Strike from both teams on Anubis, and it clearly didn't work on the defense, but Ancient is so much more favorable for these early round aggressions. And Heroic haven't missed a beat with those just yet.
Yeah, yet to see a lot of these, I guess, poised reactions that Ancient, I think, is really known for. You know, when they take B lane control, there's some good util that you can employ. You know, do you go for delayed mid control, anything of the sort? Everything seems to be very spawn focused. 3D Max right now, and they are not coming away the better on these fights. 6-3. Doesn't feel as though Heroic are that close to making a massive misstep. Had a couple of close shaves, sure, but overall, 3D Max have not exactly the greatest consistency in getting into round-winning positions.
No. That's for sure. And this one's just a half by. No awards for guessing this one's going to be a B round from 3D Max. As the util surges over, it is deep util. They want to take control. They do get past Kickstand, but the cavalry is on location. Nertz is here. And now this round surely is done. They'd love a bomb plant to continue the economic pressure. Oh, this is getting dangerous. Ever so dangerous. Oh, I had a bullet in the magazine. That would have been something.
I mean, yeah, Dexter misses his shot, and as much as you want to punish the AWPer, if you ain't got bullets in the magazine, you're just a sitting duck. That even that defense from Heroic. You know, Kixon gets caught by the full flash. Tessus has to jump through smoke, and they go 3 for 2 on that side. Enough time bought that Heroic don't have to worry about that long pushes heavily. A lot going right. A lot of the fast reactions you want from these rotates. And now look at Kixon. What is this man up to? Again, it's this ramp aggression.
Yeah, I'm going to explain why that makes even less sense and why I'm so confused. Because that's what 3D Max wanted. I would bet so much money that the call for them was Heroic have been aggressing B a lot, especially ramp. What we're going to do is fake A, see if anybody comes down ramp, and then contact up. They had 3 there. 3 players ready and waiting. They've seen a similar move. How many rounds? I mean, it's literally been almost every gun round, hasn't it? There's been some ramp aggression.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I think all bar the one round they rushed with the Tech 9s into the site.
God, it's just one of those things, isn't it? You know it's coming and you just can't do anything. Oh.
Feels like we're getting a similar result here for 3D Max as to the first half of Anubis. You know, we talked about a lot of their aggressive tendencies and maybe not learning their lesson quick enough.
I just don't know what happened this round. It didn't feel like util was the factor for Heroic. It just felt like Kixan ran in and didn't miss. Just a laser beam. Oh my.
Yeah, it's one of those you'd have to comb back the demo and see just how prepared 3D Max were, because I don't disagree. Positionally, look like this is exactly what they wanted, but they may just not have anticipated the timing. I mean,
I'd certainly go as far as saying they wanted to punish that, but even if you don't take that position, you have to accept that 3D Max 100% knew that that was a very likely reaction and had to be ready for it.
Sure.
They get utterly dismantled. This will not be a long series at the rate we're going. 3D Max, they won the reset round, the second round force. They get 3 rounds off that, and nothing since. No true gun versus gun rounds have slipped in their direction in this map.
Well, this will be one of the rare instances where it doesn't seem like ramp aggression is on the cards here for Heroic. Kixan playing from long, and Tessus inside of the site. He does get spammed quite a lot by Maka. And they're making a lot of headway into cave, but Kixan is ripping heads, and Tessus there to trade. Smoke down at the ramp as well. He'll know it's likely they want to try and get this advantage back somehow. Maka's just playing around the edge of that smoke, and Tessus not committed to that cubby. He plays front side of the site. Ain't no way Maka was going to be pre-aiming that one. So a 2-on-4 at the end of this half is what 3D Max need. Lest this be an exact same first half scoreline as Anubis. Exorcist does get one. The blow of the smoke does reveal enough. Smoke down short. That doesn't go quite far enough. I think it's still reaching into cave slightly, and Lucky just trying to spam. Nerds will find the final. It is a 9-3 half once again for Heroic. Let's see if this series is done as quick as we think.
on the verge now of elimination are 3D Max. Loser goes home, and they did not find much on the T side. Anubis didn't fall their way in the end, went the distance, and they need heroics. They need something absolutely incredible to save themselves in this series.
Well, they definitely went for something different in this pistol. They went 5 in through mid. They are splitting up from there, rediverting into ledge as well as some fast elbow flanking. They did catch the util that was supposed to deploy on this A-bomb site, but they haven't prevented the hit from happening itself. Heroic are in. They'll get that plant, and they lock down Donut as well. It is a slaughter of 3D Max in the pistol. And so Heroic, one step closer to staying in this qualifier.
Absolute clinic. What can you say? What can you say? There's nothing else to be said. It's an absolute destruction of 3D Max. Tezes is having a phenomenal map. He has played brilliantly. It's him and Shush, a couple of guys you brought up earlier, who actually don't, at least in the public, I think, a lot of the limelight in this team. They have been brilliant. Absolutely sensational. 3D Max, even in this round, are saying, we have so little room to work with. We need rifles as soon as possible. A full eco for them. Kill here is a bonus, and I suspect that'll be their first and last. No, actually, McAfee second. Yeah.
About as much as you could really hope for. But after a day one with an upset, an almost victory over the Falcons, 3D Max here on day 2 find themselves in deficit after deficit in this series. And they did bring it close in that first map, but this may be too much to ask.
This isn't T-side Anubis anymore. This isn't, you know, a ground where Heroic could call themselves into a lot of mistakes because of the map being tricky. Yeah. I mean, it's almost insurmountable, this deficit, and you know, goes without saying that it needs to start now. Maka is the sole A defender as nades start to rain in. He has a Molotov, so perhaps could stay with a plant for a little bit longer. He's actually sitting on it for ages, isn't he? Waiting to hear. Oh, he actually spams the planter and puts a molly on the bomb. This could get hectic because those smokes will not last forever.
Yeah, they've got flashes as well on 3D Max, so when those smokes are getting ready to disperse, they can throw those flashes, but no, they take fights and phase those smokes. Nertz and Tessus, though, finding a flurry of frags. And it might have gone awkward for a moment, but that star power of Heroic steps up. Graviti tried to get a better gun, but was left lowly on that FAMAS, and he was all alone. A 12th round, it would have to be 9 straight, and they can't even afford guns proper in this round.
Yeah. Heroic does just have more star power, don't they? I mean, they're winning rounds in this series that 3D Max just cannot.
Yeah, and, you know, we don't need a Dexter masterclass. You know, Tessus, sure, taking a lot of these fights on B, on that CT side. Lapping up kills in the pistol and the following as well. But it is a pretty well-rounded performance here for Heroic.
Absolutely. I mean, when Shush and Tezes are playing good Counter-Strike, this lineup makes a lot of sense. And they're the anchors. They're not necessarily the players in position as much as the others. Almost begs the question of if Dexter can find, I'm not even going to say career best form, not even close. I mean, just good form for his own standards.
Sure.
It becomes very scary, this team.
Yeah, it would feel a shame for the close of 3D Max from day 1 happiness. Could end up in second day heartbreak. Hickson gets the party going, and Tessus as well will trade through the smoke. So 4 on 3. And that could have been an equalizer, but Tessus spins enough to overpower an MP9.
Okay, Heroic just need to make a decision here. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't actually commit A. It could have been a good move, but it's not going to matter. Shush just walks out. Domes Maka. It's just Jocko. Look how much they pump the brakes. It's so cautious from Heroic, as now they're on the brink of eliminating 3D Max, booking themselves a best of 3 later today to continue in this lower bracket. One will go down soon, and that will sow the seeds to end this map and series.
They know it is a long journey still before they can attain that spot in Rio, but they have done what they needed to against 3D Max. 9-3 halves on both of the maps, and this time they don't even let the second get close. Hearts out to that French squad who did put up a fight in that first day, but not the day to play for them this time over.
Yeah, I'm not going to say I told you so that it was just CT Anubis, but I told you so. Heroic were playing good Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They played one bad half today. And you could even see between the maps, it was a similar overall brand of CS. They were just so much more clinical here on Ancient. A really brilliant map. Tez has played great Counter-Strike, and I think Kixan as well. There was a lot of CT calling on that half because of how much aggression they were presenting. So he needs credit too. And yeah, just a bit of a shame for 3D Max because as we've seen over this qualifier, they beat Fnatic, they take Falcons to the brink, they take the first map here very close after being down at the half. There are positives to be gleaned. They are playing pretty good Counter-Strike, and I think fundamentally, this is just their level for me. When they meet a top 15 team that's in good shape, they're just going to lose more often than not.
Yeah, no, almost certainly. And for 3D Max, this was their second run-in with Heroic as of late. They played with them in the play-in as well, and they did actually take it to 3, but nah, Heroic playing far more to the level and I guess the capabilities of some of these star men on the roster. So, I mean, we'll keep an eye on them for this lower bracket. We are expecting some big things, but we still need to find out who their opponent is. I think the other series in the lower bracket is still ongoing. It wasn't likely to beat the scoreline we had on our second map, so we are finished first. So I do think we have an extended break, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's the game is scheduled for 7:30 Central Europe, 6:30 here in the UK. That will almost certainly happen, even if it goes to a third map, Cloud9 Fnatic, and at the moment it doesn't look like that. It looks like a Fnatic will 2-0. We will be covering the lower bracket game. The A stream will take Falcons Eternal Fire. In the meantime, go and watch the end of the Fnatic C9 game. See who's playing later, but for us at least, it's going to be at least a 2-hour break, probably slightly over, so plenty of time to do whatever. Go and watch a film in the break, and then come back later. Again, 7:30 Central Europe. That'll be the live time for the second series of the day. We'll see you then.
can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. seducing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down. Leave me lost and found. Take me down. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some game. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some game. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
I stare and stumble into place. I've tried to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the happy life, or choose to give into my own mind, standing in with all I know, through the hard wires, and finally feel it all. ground shakes to the sound of the beating drum. This high stakes, don't get caught in the hailstorm. We're coming for you. The storm breaks, but we keep it moving on. So ride the wave with the kings of a new dawn. We're coming for you. Your instincts pulling heavily at your soul. And from mistakes of the past that you're running from. You're running from. The fires burn deep inside of you, keep you warm. Keep sanity from the edge that you're running from. You're running from. The ground shakes to the sound of the beating drum. It's high stakes, don't get caught in the hailstorm. We're coming for you. The storm breaks, but we keep it moving on. So ride the wave with the kings of a new dawn. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. The ground shakes to the sound of the beating drum. It's high stakes, don't get caught in the hailstorm. We're coming for you. The storm breaks, but we keep it moving on. So ride the wave with the kings of a new dawn. We're coming for you.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Welcome back to the evening shift of the IEM Rio 2024 closed qualifier here in Europe. There are 3 sections of games to go. Actually, no, that's wrong. There's two sections of games to go. We've got this evening and tomorrow morning because there's 2 slots, so we don't have that final decider game. Concurrently with this one is the Falcons Eternal Fire game. The winner of that is in Rio. We're deciding more of that lower bracket progression, and we will have fnatic Heroic to move us forwards. I guess now isn't a horrible time to reflect on the overall state of this bracket because we're down to 4 teams. We've got a pretty good idea where we're heading at the moment, I guess. Who's the biggest shocker? Cloud9 going out, or was that always expected?
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think there's a lot of excitement about this Cloud9 team, but they played a very close game against Fnatic. It shows 2-0 there, but both the maps were incredibly close, and it probably could have gone Cloud9's way at certain points in that game. So, yeah, I guess that's maybe the biggest shocker that they're out as early as that, but it is also a newer team, even newer than the Fnatic edition of Blame F that I think has had, or at least had people quite excited in his debut. And to be honest, Blame F is delivering in being quite a high impact player for this Fnatic team.
Yeah, I think even the people that have criticized Blame F over the years for, you know, his style or the resources he demands, I don't think there's any denying that he can have a tremendous impact on the server. And certainly at this, when we go down a couple pegs down the level a little bit, I don't think there's any doubt that Blame F can cause tremendous problems to his opponents. So I'm intrigued. I haven't watched masses of this team with him since he joined, but they certainly look primed to move a little bit up the rankings, and it's been a shame how long it's been since we've had a good Fnatic team. Obviously, the org very much renowned. Up against them will be Heroic. Of course, saw them earlier on, toppling. My brain is going. 3D Max 2-0. Yep. First game was close. Second game was not. Bit of a clean-up for them. So, yeah, Heroic presumably come in as favourites, but not by much.
Well, they were able to beat a 3D Max that Fnatic themselves couldn't handle in the opening round of this close qualifier. So, I don't know how much that is to paint a favorite within this game, but it is at least something to note moving forward. I do think we have maps available, or we have our veto prepared, and Inferno Nuke, not expecting to see those. We should see Anubis at the very least. I was kind of expecting an Ancient in there as well, but that instead Heroic go the direction of a Mirage and a Dust 2 Decider as well. I think Heroic have gotten the better end of this veto, because I don't think Fnatic have been actively picking into Dust 2 like Heroic have been in the past few months.
Yeah, it's kind of a funky veto because kind of shaking hands a lot on some of these maps as they're going through this one. I mean, I know the stats look amazing for Fnatic on Dust 2, but again, they haven't played that many relative to their others. Heroic actually haven't played many games at all, have they?
Yeah.
In the past few months, they're so hard to gauge. At least based on the series we saw earlier. Maybe these maps make sense.
But also for Heroic, you work with the caveat of even if they have played, they always haven't always played with this roster, whether it's been Dexter and his travel issues or the transition period for them and Nikados, right? So they are a hard team to gauge.
Just checking what Heroic actually played in their other series here. So they played obviously they played some Anubis. They played it twice, I think. They played against Bait as well. Both close wins, but they've both been their opponent's picks, so read mass into. They did play Dust 2 in that game. That was 13-9. So, yeah, I'm not sure we can glean that much from this veto.
No.
I think fundamentally, given the lack of playtime for Heroic, who really knows how strong their map pool is at the moment?
Yeah, and I think it's all well and good us thinking about, you know, what favors them in the veto, but these are all maps, and I think, you know, we've had a direction shift in the map pool to a lot of these maps that are actually favored to, you know, driving initiative and looking for gunfights. I think that's part of why the map pool does feel pretty variable even amongst the top teams as to who actually has an edge. Some of these maps are dictated based on, you know, who actually just wins cleaner gunfights. And I imagine there will be quite a bit of that in this game, you know, especially with Kixan and Tessa's, the antics they were pulling off against 3D Max. I imagine they'll try similar things against the Fnatic that, to be honest, at certain points on this journey have looked a little weak in some of their defaulting. I think is not an unfair criticism to levy at them.
Yeah, I think today will be a fun litmus test for both teams. I mean, obviously both have promising players, and both in some senses quite similar projects where you've got a lot of disparate parts on both of these teams. A lot of, you know, small cliques from different places, the heroic players or you know, the Frenchmen on the flip side on Fnatic, and you've got to make these very different styles and backgrounds and languages, frankly, now they're all playing in English, work together. And you know, don't be fooled by the Mouses and the Phases and the Navis of the world. There is a waste ground, a graveyard of teams that didn't make it work. Yeah, I think for both of these teams, I mean, certainly for Fnatic, if you look pre-Blame F, they've had a lot of struggles actually as a materializing. They've had the odd good result, but I don't think either org is where they want to be right now.
No, I think that's totally fair. I think in terms of positives for Heroic, or rather, sorry, for Fnatic, it's actually a little easier for us to carve out who are the star players and really the high impact players on this team. You know, whether or not that is Blame F and the good that he can do in sort of mid rounds, and Matiz as this, you know, younger, sort of lesser known player that when he entered this Fnatic roster, people were very focused on the fact that he had a scuffed as hell mouse pad and his setup did not look grand, but man, does this guy shoot for Fnatic, and the fact that he's able to hit as hard as he has, I think has masked some of the early growing pains that this sort of Blame F transition actually could have had. In the games that Blame F is maybe struggling a little bit more to find that impact, Mattis is often the guy that you are looking to on this Fnatic roster. So I think it's easier to outline those two as opposed to a Heroic where it feels like it has to be pretty consistent across the board that they get these players to perform, whether that's Nerds or Shush or Tess's. You know, they can all sort of interchange, but it's not so consistent for them.
Body intrigues me, and I certainly felt when Body was calling on the double pony team that became, you know, Heat towards the end. I think he was calling excellent Counter-Strike and playing super well individually, and I always felt it was a matter of time until he got his opportunity again in the top team. Obviously did it in the past, but he was so much younger. He's such a different player, obviously different roles as well at this point as well. So I've been a little bit disappointed that the team just hasn't functioned at a high enough caliber to showcase Body as a caller yet. I mean, obviously he's in prime position to fix said problems, so he's not out of the woods with us saying he's a great in-game leader on this team yet. But I'll be watching during this game to see how are they calling rounds. Are they on the same page? Is the fundamentals good? Because that is what I would expect with a Body-led team. But maybe it hasn't gone in that direction just yet.
Yeah, no, I think it's even taken a toll on his individual form. Just I think added responsibilities are trying to get everybody up to speed. You know, the Double Pony project was a lot longer lead time and expectations were maybe lower, but now that they're with a Fnatic, you know, you see it in sometimes his individual play, where on Double Pony or Once Upon a Time, that roster, he would have a lot of these late round crazy clutch moments, or he'd be able to bail his team out in pretty dire circumstances, and I don't think I've seen quite that same flair to him on Fnatic, albeit they're more, actually not, in the past few months, not really. They are going to be aiming to play tougher opponents than that Double Pony team really had on a consistent basis, so they're maybe looking more long-term, and, you know, that doesn't always have to rely on Body, but he is, I mean, an important piece to this roster. And I do want to see some of that individual impact, some of that individual flair that has been absent as of late.
If Body doesn't work in this team, the whole project is flawed. That is the reality. He's maybe Blame F individually, and Afro and Matties are the individual centerpieces, but Body is the brain of this team. And okay, let's look at the setup of Fnatic. 4B, 1 mid. And Nertz, who was presumably meant to be a lurking, distracting presence, has just circumvented the entire map.
But they're not peeling. They're not leaving to go make use of Nertz's clearance of that A bomb site. They're waiting for him to flank what is a fully reinforced B setup.
I don't actually hate it, because it's like, yes, you're going to run into a lot of numbers, but it's a known quantity that Nertz is going to find frags. First found, but he does need a bit more, and actually, only one might not be the easiest of breathing room. I think you're right, Michael. Maybe they've made a mistake here. Tezes finds 4 in seconds to rid us of our concerns. Tezes just bailed them out of a world of questions.
Yeah, I could see what the painting you were, or rather the picture you were painting.
They might not have thought it was literally. I mean, it was 4B. That is extreme. They probably thought it was a mid setup or something.
Yeah, and they would have been concerned if they tried to go through rugs and there was just 3 bodies in canals, for example. I understand what you were putting down, but yeah, Nertz definitely was expecting more than just that 1 kill. It's all fine. It all worked out in the end.
Yeah, a 4K from Tezes makes a lot of rounds look good. Okay, just an eco from fnatic. What loads going on?
Yeah. Another very silent start.
So something... I don't actually know the exact veracity of this, but I think I'm correct that so fnatic was an open qualifier team into this, and I believe every partner team will get an invite straight into the closed, but it must mean they made a very late call.
Or they were superseded in the invitations.
Correct. Yeah, you're probably right. I actually don't know if in the invitations a partner spot takes precedence over ESL World Ranking. I don't know. My assumption would be it does, but don't hold me to that. And
yeah, that's tournament admin's discretion. We're just told to talk over the game.
Exactly.
In which there was little to talk over in round number 2. USPs didn't get too much. So a couple of kills, which is nice. It will keep them modest here on Heroic as they build on a successful pistol. Now, Heroic were quite tricky with the way that they deal with 3D Max. They just defaulted every round and counteracted all the aggression that French squad tried to pull together. Those close ties with Afro and Body. Maybe they'll take a lesson away from that previous experience.
Heroic's gonna go. They're ready to go. 2 in dark. 3 outside of main. Flame F has picked an opportune time to come over, but he's already lost one of his teammates. Tezes absolutely plucks Body from existence. Blink and you miss that take. They didn't stand a chance.
So, first gun round. First kill, fine. That'll happen sometimes on your attempt to hold the site, but the just lack of reaction from Glyph with that flash in hand, that, to me, would probably warrant a timeout, or at least a discussion while they're saving about making sure the comms are clear, because it didn't seem like Body was aware at all just how close they could be. Or just how far they could get out from main.
A very underwhelming first gun round. Unless you're a Heroic fan, in which case you're reveling in how easy that was.
There's just a weird air to the first 3 rounds. It's been very slow, kind of quiet. And then we're just getting this quick flurry, and then the rounds are done before they even really get going.
Odd pacing.
Yeah.
It'll calm down. There'll be some more of the push and the pull. Find them on Counter-Strike. As the information battle is played out. This time. Well, fnatic's thrown these Canal take nades. It's only Afro trying to make use of them. Tezes.
Okay.
I'm not sure he was planning to play it like that.
Did Afro see him? Was he just on the edge of the smoke that...
He must. I think he saw a foot. I mean...
Must have been.
You're not spamming that.
It was 2 on point. But they've just given up all the A-side space. Sure, Util will drag them over, but they got an opening kill, and they just give up A. And Nerds will happily take the space.
Blameless gone in mid. That's one of the earlier rotators, and now Crims has had to peel to help mid. So there's nobody near the A site proper. Kicks in as another re-smoke. And thank God they found Shush.
This is another save. They don't have kits, and
I don't know what's going on in this game.
it is quite...
They got time. I mean, there's going to be 5 seconds. No, they don't have time.
Yeah, this is so perplexing. Again, it's another one of these lack of engagements. I mean, we get a kill through smoke, and then they get into the bomb site, and it does feel like the round just is given up like that. I don't understand the decision there from fnatic to just give up everything. Oh my god, those kills from Nerds are disgusting. Just a singular burst, and he found 2 headshots. I am confused.
So it was a half buy round save, so I wonder if that, you know, when you're on a lesser buy, your inclination is to play a bit more risky and like, oh, we're going to show the rifle A, we're going to kill nice and play like an AWP, we're going to rotate it out and move it. And it's like, well, that's all well and good, but you got to leave somebody with eyes on A, right?
Someone just keep tabs at the very least. Yeah. An interesting start to this Anubis. Or rather to this series as a whole.
It's closest fnatic made the pistol round. And even that one was funky. They just haven't been in any others just yet. What is going on here? Tezes goes through the smoke. Body collects 2. And now with 2 points of contact to shoot at main, you'd have thought it's going well, but Body swings out to his detriment. Smoke just kind of re-blooms in time. Kixan is getting heavily tagged as to readjust his plant. It will indeed go down, and Kixan can just readjust there onto Gliffy.
Knowledge on 2 as well in deep CT, but they'll have to be conscious about the prospect of a flank. Dexter is that man that guards into B main. The AWP of Afro venturing further. And for now, no one looking for that flank. Crims executes on his kill, and it's Kixan fighting from jail that finds good timing. A following kill into main would certainly seal the round, and BlameF just like that. Sure, he gets the trade, but there is no time available. Even if he had picked up that kit, it is too far away. Heroic, skin of their teeth. They get 5.
That felt like such an awkward afterplan for Heroic. Ooh, if Fnatic had anybody coming from Dark, I'm not sure those spots would have played out very well. But they did not, alas. Kind of a dream start for Heroic. I mean, sure, some of these rounds are going a little bit close, but they're on the T side. They can brunt some losses. They're already up to 5. This is Fnatic's pick. And obviously a map, as we saw earlier, that... well, actually, earlier, it was a T-side mauling, wasn't it, from Heroic? It was CT that was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So maybe this is a trend. They are very attuned to this T-side.
I just think the way that they're winning these T-side rounds feels so non-standard. Even I'm sure by their own experience. Get 2 kills, win. Get 1 kill, or even lose an opening frag. Walk the site, and it's clear. It's far from ordinary. Like you said, they will be happy, more than pleased. with the way that this game has started. Even through all the wild shenanigans that have taken place already. Fnatic took the timeout, being 5 the worst. But also maybe just to screw their heads on straight.
Yeah, we'll see as this half and game develops if, particularly on the defense, Fnatic, maybe their style is to play a very proactive CT side and take some risks, and you always run the risk if you do that you're going to make 2 or 3 bad decisions on the trot and look a bit silly. Could be an explanation. This round though starts well for Fnatic. Afro in mid gets an opener, reallocates himself to cameras, and now she's going to re-aggress to give more space back into mid.
Ooh, it's the leg onto Tessus in that mid lurk. Nerds trying to aggress. The flash timing is beautiful, but able to turn in time was Crims. So it doesn't go as poorly as it looked lined up to be. Dexter. Oh, wow. Okay. Spots an elbow. Mattis was inside of the smoke, waiting for the fade. And they know that Mattis is inside of Con. They're trying to force this fight, but with Shush losing that, Tessus on 18 HP, chances are next to none. First round after the timeout is Fnatic to get engaged on this defense.
Money's hardly stellar. Maybe Nerds to drop. What has Nerds dropped? He dropped an orb. Oh no, he's backed out of that. I think honestly a Galil and an AK drop is the move. They're desperate for rifles. They're his teammates. See how the money shakes out. Quick discussion of what they're gonna buy and how this round will be approached. I'm sure there's that much you can adjust off the loss in the previous. I mean, you just got caught out by that mid move and always playing from a deficit.
Yeah, for them it was kind of an absence of presence from Fnatic in mid, and they have walked into a few areas of the map uncontested, but they walked right into the Afro AWP. There was very little presence shown, but that's exactly what the AWPer wants you to think. So mid-util once again for Heroic, but postured up for a B-side burst. They'll make use of the kicks in Mach 10, see if they can get some ground quickly. They've got nades pulled here on the Fnatic side. The flashes are good, and they will be able to run down Mattis. Back at the bomb site, though, in from Glyph. Body still just fighting for his life. The SMG building that space. The last bullet for Body gets himself a 3rd kill in defense, and Crim's there on the rotate. Leaves it all on Nerds. Starman for Heroic just gunned down at the pillar. It is a masterful hold there from Body. Had to save their bacon on B.
That's more like it. That's more like it. What a trifecta. That 3rd kill, last bullet, was something to behold.
Yeah.
And, well, it's Heroic to try and change the pace, force an earlier ending themselves. Work this time. Now they're on pistols.
And looks like they were content on fighting towards Con. Double swing out from it. There's only the one deagle in Nerds' possession. So he had a chance at it. But this looks like a good read on the economy here from Fnatic. Holding on to a lot of their util. They are willing to challenge on some of these fights, and as much as that can work against you at times, you also can't play totally in fear of it.
Okay. Well, Fnatic obviously didn't have the best start to this half, but they're kind of en route to make good. At least clean a competitive scoreline. Oh my lord.
Oh,
okay.
dear.
Maybe we should pay attention. There's also 2 rifles, actually, too. The bomb will get planted. Now, there is no body armor, which is, as we all know, when you're facing rifles, causes problems. But if you remove the AWP already, Oh no. 1 Deagle, 4 Glocks, and a Fnatic. They're already saying no. There's only one word for that. Catastrophe.
I do not know what is happening on these holds. I mean, Body got that smoke down con and then doubled up backside of B. Nothing to force him away from that connector fight. He dropped that smoke. Heroic walked right into it, and maybe he's expecting that to be a timing and a risk that Heroic weren't willing to take, but they had so little in their possession that they wager he would not play the other side of it, and they were right on the money.
I just feel like Fnatic should never have been that badly blindsided. Just how we. It's been the whole game, frankly, hasn't it?
Yeah, that was
it's normally like where are people playing for information and then dropping a molly in response to something? I mean, how are 4 Glocks and a Deagle getting that close to the site, getting 1 Deagle kill and then just going and swarming the other player with no early warning system?
It just feels absurd. It's so uncharacteristic to what I would expect on Anubis. And I understand CT side is hard, but it's not supposed to even look like this.
No, it's meant to be super scrappy fights as you try and hold the site. And but that's with the caveats that we're trying to load the site with numbers, getting information.
Yep. And maybe they blow a smoke or molly you out, sort of funnel you into fights. But Heroic are just waltzing into areas, and it feels free in a lot of different ways.
Okay. Shush has failed. Tezis has a gap. Lurk smoke. Oh, playing between these mollies takes 1 tick. Nobody's actually looking right at him. Matty's obviously is completely exposed. Nertz, in the meanwhile, walks in A and plucks Crims. There is a lot going on both sides here. Keep an eye on the minimap to follow the lurker. And for now, Tezis is unchecked. His position only is going to come stronger. He just needs his teammates to hold for 10 seconds, and he's going to win this round.
Whatever they can do to stall. There's a fresh enough smoke down at camera that they threaten the boost, but the longer they look for this, the more likely it is that Tessus pulls off this backstab. They drop off that boost. First kill is free. The flash is beautiful, and Body's blinded. He gets blindsided all the same by that flank, and Blame F gunned down at Bricks the same. Heroic finding a cute solution. Just sometimes you can rely on just Nertz to find an entry, and by God, did he do it on that A bomb site. It unraveled the whole round.
You're going to have 3 maps to this as well. They all play in that fashion on T side. And Nertz on all 3 maps is going to be in position to make those sort of moves.
But is it not absurd? They had that lurk smoke down. They thought about it. They boosted.
Yeah, I really... I mean, the most nuts thing to me was the thing that actually wasn't punched. Was Matty standing with a nade out. Just holding a grenade. It's like, bro... You can get swung at any second here. Your first contact to connector, essentially. Because of the lurk smoke.
But they never cleared it.
Oh, what a disaster half of Fnatic. When they're playing against that full eco, the 1 Deagle and Glocks, I mean, that is the moment where they get back into it. They get up to 3 to 4 rounds, and it's, at least give yourself breathing room. We're into territory now that they're running out of time.
Yeah, feels like I need a miracle to spark up some of the CT side. That on the Deeg's not terrible. Wow, Kixon just journeys the smoke. Okay. I'll have to hand it to Kixon. I don't think all of this is just masterful calling, but he has called a good game that is just exposing these glaring weaknesses for Fnatic.
I mean, throwing obviously the game earlier as well. What are they up to now? That was a 9-3 T side, I believe. So
yeah,
At the moment, he is 17 and 5. And, you know, seen some shenanigans, but those should average. The craziness, the luck as it was, should average out as your sample size increases. All the better. Body. Forced to drop this util.
What a liberty. Kixon just runs through to canals,
Yeah.
runs into connector, and goes unpunished. Doesn't take a lick of damage. And forces util out of the hands of the CTs. Afro will have to do more of the same as well. Molotov out. Smoke down to allow his escape. It's still 5-on-5, but it's hard to say that this is comfortable for Fnatic. They aggress into B main, and Shush has found one. Good news is there is a trade, and that's a lot of information to play off of. Something that Fnatic have been absent of in prior rounds.
Only if you use it. They need to rotate. Afro, teammate Co need to buy time. The Molotov holds CT player, sorry, Terrace player to phase for a moment. Kixan comes through the smoke. Afro. How does Kixan get the kill and not see Afro?
I don't think he actually came all the way through.
He sort of pre-fired the corner. Interesting.
Yeah.
Some funky Counter-Strike in this game.
I mean, may as well go for it, right? I mean, you've got so
yeah,
much money
no
here.
reason to save. You've got all the money in the world.
And Mattis is on an island. He's playing as defensively as he can from Temple. But BlameF will move into a position where he might be able to get eyes on that site, where Matt is playing more for position. Deep pick, AWP ready, and BlameF legged. Matt is able to slide out and get Kixan all the meanwhile. But a tap on that bomb, not a commitment to the plant itself. Matt is swung out with his knife, and Dexter will move to try and hold his AWP instead. I mean, the extra damage on that round is going to have repercussions here for Fnatic.
It's going to force some fam-eye. Oh no, they're going for the MP9s. Don't blame him, the FAMAS is painful to use. We've learned the hard way over the years.
It's better in CS2, but it's the nades for those MP9s that really sees the most value.
Kixan is a man possessed. He doesn't respect any util from the CT side, and he's taking so much space individually. I can't overstate, you know, how much I know he hasn't found any kills here, but he's applying so much pressure. He's hauling over information. Now that Nerds is this frag, they can now play off each other between mid and A and have some interplay.
It just feels as though Kixan is calling from a luxurious position where so much is working. It's about limit testing and see what won't. Dexter solo hunting out from B, but Kixan has found his kill through mid, and they have found access towards that A bomb site, but they don't have that bomb. You are right on point. Mattis encroaching from behind, and she'll see that he has the package, but as he relays that info, Tessis takes his head clear off.
I think a more experienced player might have stopped the moment they saw the bomb. Mattis will regret how that one panned out. Heroic looked primed to make it another 9-3. Kixan just needs to stay alive, get the bomb down. Was issues with this retake, and the all she wrote. Kixan actually is going B.
He's such a menace.
Flank. That is just unfair.
They are still hunting the Phantom, the after image of Kixan, but he is so damn fast. He is right behind you. BlameF gone, and he caught a whiff of body too. Kixan's just being elusive, a nuisance, never traded, no hope. He calls a masterclass on this T side. Heroic 9-3. Let's see if Fnatic can do anything to show themselves in the server. It is a day of removing contenders in the Intel Extreme Masters Rio European Close Qualifiers. And at the start of this game between Fnatic and Heroic, it may have been the strangest half of Counter-Strike I've watched in a good long while. A very strong T-side from Heroic, and Fnatic need to really flex those muscles and show why they picked this map into the series, lest it be another decision here for Heroic to just show dominance in the lower bracket.
A muted start for Fnatic, you might say. This time they've chosen the right side. Let's go. Anubis coming in. Shush is... How is he not dead? I can't believe it. His teammates are swinging straight through. There's a lot going on, but for the moment, a flurry of frags fall the way of Fnatic. All the Fs out here. Tezzers comes back with 2. Nerds over the smoke.
What?
Makes it another. 4 kills in 4 seconds. It is a bar brawl. A cage fight as they trade blows. Crims, the only man that can save Fnatic's blushes in this one. No bueno, no connection. This game continues to be carnage.
I can't believe how this is happening to Fnatic. They get all the kills they could ask for, breaking into that A bomb site, and then blink, you miss it. Like you said, 4 kills, 4 seconds. Suddenly, I mean, Crims is just left in a terrible position. So much time was still on that bomb. He knew they wouldn't stick it the first time, but he had to peek at some point. This has really not been a map to comment on for Fnatic. I don't know what more you could ask for. The execute worked, you got to the bombs.
Great, we're going.
Yeah.
Who knows, man? I mean, I would say online Counter-Strike sometimes turns out strange results, but I think that tends to be for the elite level teams that are used to their LAN environments. These guys have played quite a lot of online CS. In wake of their recent changes and obviously ranking slipping for both of these teams. It'd be just like this game though, to win a force buy and flip it right back in that direction at the moment. Heroic are actually in such a terrible position. I think they should free stack a site with the guns.
Oh, I'm never willing to count them out. Tessis has got one, and Shush swings to bail him out of that position. Smoke down main, so hard to really back up. Body inside of Con, but he wins his fight. That flying Shush, not quite enough to finish off the job. Both players are low here for Fnatic, but Dexter is one and the same. They tuck tail and run to that A-bomb site in hopes that they can beat him there. And Dexter yet to move off of his mantle on B. Once this goes down, it's very unlikely that Dexter will commit to this retake. He won't know just how low these players are. And he knows he won't have good position for it either. A good call to call it quits on that B take.
Needed to. I wonder if one of the dead guys was shouting at the others saying, guys, you don't need to go for this. We've seen enough players here that we can reroute. We know A can't be that heavily defended. Okay. Well, another completely bonkers round. This time it goes the way of Fnatic. Now, of course, these force buy wins are so ruinous to the defense that this actually is Fnatic's best route back into this map, was to win this round. So we'll keep tabs. It's the scoreline obviously is glaringly bad at the moment, but survive this force buy and that gap will close.
Wonder how tall a task that will prove to be. Feels as though danger lurks around every corner when you're facing Heroic. Shouldn't expect a lot of resources out from this Heroic side. The force buy would have been anticipated. But if you can bleed util, it just becomes pistols and armor running at you. Maybe that one rifle saved over. Of course, Shush does have that MP9, which can be difficult to honed down. But they are probing, and they do find Tessus. Molotov forcing him into an awkward exchange. That B-bomb site will be ripe for the picking. It does seem like that will be the finish. Kixon is in behind them in connector, however. They have journeyed past the smoke and con, and so Afro could gift a gun right over. Galil attained. Kixon is such a disturbance, and Nertz has found his kill in middle too. They've got a man advantage. Sure, bomb is being planted on this B bomb site, but they are armed and dangerous.
They were certainly saving outside of Kixon, I'm sure of it. Kixon has brought them into this round. 2 to find. Buddy up. SMG goes first. Matty's awkward exchange.
1 bullet. That's all he's got left, and he hits it! Nertz floored by the 1 tap of Mattis. He didn't have time to reload, but he didn't need it.
This is entertainment.
I can't believe it.
Finally, at least in the last couple rounds, I mean, every 50-50 situation in this map up to that point had gone the way of Heroic. So it's nice to see that the calm is leveling out. Wow. Can't imagine what it's like to be playing this game at the moment.
Probably surreal. And not the man from Endpoint.
It's true, actually. I have seen quite a lot of funky games in my time.
I don't doubt that.
I'm a world expert in messy Counter-Strike.
Oh! Well, Flame survived the hail of bullets on 1 HP and then almost naded himself out of this round. But aside from that, this is going fine for Fnatic so far. No presence A, and so it'll be a plant and a 6th round. Guaranteed. When Kixon flanked them canals, I just immediately thought of the play he made at 3D against 3D Max at the very end of regulation. Man made it out with a 4K, and I thought it was going to happen again. Okay. Well, nicely done.
So until I see somebody accidentally stop defusing the bomb, I can't declare this the craziest stuff I've ever seen.
Fair.
If you're wondering, we lost that map. Inferno was going quite well until someone who shall not be named stopped defusing the bomb. in like a 5 versus 0 or something.
That is.
Can't remember the exact scenario, but definitely there was no T's alive. Sure of it.
Hey, it's not just G2.
No. Alright. 3rd timeout dispensed from Fnatic. They have a quick discussion. How they want to approach this round. And walk for Dexter. I do think over the CS I've seen so far today, and maybe over this qualifier, there's still Dexter it's got more to come.
Sure.
I still haven't seen beyond a couple rounds the player this man can be.
Well, you're not going to see it this round either. Didn't have an AWP, that's why. But he just gets destroyed by Mattis. And they're pushing forward into this B bomb site, and it is completely unguarded now. They have killed everyone in defense of it, and this should be an instant decision to save. No point trying to make up for lost territory and lost gunfights, but it'll be a long time to try and hold on to these guns. The only fear would be spreading out too far.
You can count on your hand the number of rounds where B-bomb site is mounted. Even a decent defense today. It's not gone well, has it?
Yeah. And you did preface, and rightfully so, Heroic did have their troubles on this map earlier on this CT side, so much as we would have been, we're a little critical of Fnatic on that CT effort. Heroic are no saints themselves.
It's time yet. They haven't gone in the whole half. For those that weren't around earlier, it required a massive round from Nerds, a massive round from Kixan, and Divine level Fortune to win that map.
Yeah, hopefully they haven't had to cast the same spells to close out on a 9-3 advantage.
No, it's costly. That level of blood magic takes it out of you.
Well, aggressive controlled smokes here from Heroic. They did have these 2 retained rifles and have bought some things around it. Armor at least and some util on these pistoling players. That forward play from Shush does net him that opening kill. Time could work out as well out from Temple, but Afro is there to cover, and BlameF will not only get his kill camera, even venture as far as the Temple, very aggressively hounding down for what he thought were just pistols around the other side. That Deagle only needs 1. Tessus has his hands on an AK and has sectioned off this bomb site for Fnatic. Got a Molotov down, a smoke as well. They are playing isolated, but Fnatic have to be very wary. And they will be.
The only chance. They were so... I mean, Nerds and Tezes were so convinced there was a mid lurk. Or at least concerned with the presence
Sure.
possibility that they never could get on the same page there. It is sort of a saved into half by this round, so certainly didn't expect fireworks from Heroic, but a little bit nervy at times for their adversaries, but no. 3 alive. The 8 for Fnatic. They've got tremendous bank as well behind them. They can win this.
Yeah, they almost certainly can. It will just take a lot of muscle. And for them to also stop players like Nerds or Kixan from performing some heroics.
Second pause. Another discussion for Heroic. I dare say whatever happens from here, they'll be doing a watchathon of CT Anubis demos, trying to work out what is going on. And as we've said throughout today, you know, you're not expected to win the half on Anubis, but you're expected to make decisions that give yourself a chance. You're expected to make reactionary moves that could win you rounds. And that's actually what we haven't seen that much today, is sure, you know, CT shouldn't be coming out on the half on top, but they should be giving themselves that opportunity in a lot of the rounds. And I'm not sure that has been the case very often today.
It also feel like they missed a massive opportunity with them coming into the second half 9-3 and then winning the pistol as well, when they probably had no business winning it in the fashion they did. So this 5-round streak for Fnatic is applying and fanning the flames of what could be a glorious comeback.
Ooh, look at that triple nade. Onto mid. Nobody home, but it's a nice idea.
Just swapping responsibilities, going back to a 3-2 setup where that ult can maintain action over to mid. There's a lot of presence being thrown by Fnatic, but no actual bodies being sent out into B. It is middle where they have their focus, and so Kixan will come back over in support of Dexter.
I think the CTs soon feel very compelled to make a move. Now they will, I'm sure they will. Nerds has been pushed off. Body's tucked on the right-hand side. Nerds
No flash.
might not expect this. He's looking the wrong way. I think he's a dead man. Ezek is nearby, but trade is going to be very difficult. And, oh,
Wow.
that smoke... I wonder if that smoke was thrown before Nerds died, because that hasn't helped anyone.
Yeah, Tessus can do little to find a trade, and he is that sole defender now. But he hides himself at the pillar and hopes that they go unchecked, but they were ready for it. Matt is there to secure that round, and once again, it's a finish on B. Fnatic will bear the fruits of it. Crim's even hunting for these weapons so early, and he'll get both of them. Dexter ill-prepared for Crims to be so aggressive, so they get away with nothing.
Yeah, I think a plausible guess is that Nertz asked for someone to smoke behind him as he walked out to kind of mask his move, but obviously never made it that far because that just didn't look right to me. You obviously want to trade the player in the corner if you can. Okay, well, another pause for Heroic. They've burnt these in such close succession. It's not a surprise. This buy might be asking too much to go in for it. Just, you know, you're already struggling. Do you really want to go ahead with 3 MP9s or whatever this would be? I don't think so.
Yeah, it'll be a half buy. See whether Nertz can actually push himself into the spotlight with this solitary M4. An interesting route there from Kixan, but Nertz tried for a kill from Con after there to plaster him against the wall. So that one rifle is out of reach for Heroic.
As we saw earlier, it was the star power. It got Heroic over the line, but those stars have been muted. Just can't get engaged. Always, you know, Fnatic are spacing well for trades. They're grouped. Their extremities players are making it difficult on every occasion. And I think, honestly, Heroic are practically playing for overtime already because you have to win. You have to win every round you win. It has to be a gun round. And if you lose one, you're probably on pistols. So yeah. It's so hard now to win this cleanly if you're Heroic. You've missed your moment.
And it is full credit to Fnatic in the way that they're constructing these rounds. Like you said, they are playing solid Counter-Strike. And it is such a... It pales in comparison to what we saw on that CT side. Because I do think Heroic didn't have their... I guess weren't tested properly on that T side. They were just getting away with so much. But Fnatic are manipulating these rotates, making it hard for Heroic continuously. I think just in terms of cleanliness and I guess what we expect from this T side, Fnatic are playing more in line with that, I think, than what Heroic offered up on the offense.
At some point, Heroic will throw caution to the wind. Remember the round that ended the last game? Kixan flinging himself out of that window on the mid-bridge.
Yeah.
MP9 in tow. That was wild. We haven't seen anything like that really on this CT side yet. It's been quite a tame sort of defense.
Sorry, big mistake there from Blame. Didn't actually jump throw the smoke into connector like he was supposed to. It just left his hand. And
life be hard these days, man.
Yeah.
Be hard.
Well, Dexter's found a kill on the AWP, and Nertz may have been funneled away from connector, but oh dear, it looked like a kill that should have had. Crim's overpowering and taking space over towards that A bomb site, but Tessus is there to plug the gap. Still 3-on-3, and Tessus has doubled up. BlameF a very, very late attempt to a trade. And so man advantage found here by Heroic. They are doubled up into this A bomb site, leaving Nertz sole defender on B.
I think he's done the right thing though, hasn't he? He seeded the ground. Flying out. Matty's dispatched. Body comes off the plant and he's looking for an immediate trade, but didn't come. He's just allowing time now for these rotations. That noose is starting to envelop around him. And there's pumps the brakes just in case Body had pushed in towards dark. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh.
What? That kill is brutal. At range, beats out the AWP. Thank God Tez is having a round. Because Body just put fnatic within millimeters of winning this map.
Yeah, he put them on notice. Heroic, I mean, Body had every position dialed in. And I asked for some of the spark of Body to rear its head into this map, and it certainly has. 19 and 13, and that could have been a 1-on-3 for him. Not to be. Heroic finally breaking this lull of... just this absence of rounds, rather, on the defense. It was 7 straight for fnatic. Maybe there's still more to come. Crim's a lovely opener onto Shush. They wanted to double up aggro play. Dexter there with his rifle as well, but he also loses out on his fight. 2 swift entries towards A. And while Kixon will try and close up entrance, it's going to be difficult for Heroic to muster much in this round. That could be the start of something, though.
I think they already need to think about saving the guns. But they're still continuing to fight for the round. I can see the writings on the wall. And this was my fear, seeing the economic situation, is that yes, fnatic, they lose a round. It's a tremendous back and forth in the previous, but at the end of the day, it was only 1 gun surviving for Heroic. See how their buy shakes out in the following round, but if this is the only thing they're pulling forwards, it's not going to be great, and even that's not a given, is it? Matty's is around. Body is not too far out either in mid.
Yeah, and Matty's gets both. 3 kills. And I guess the good news for Heroic is that they are still on pretty heavy loss bonus, given that it's been 1 round of the past 9.
It's not been a good day on the defense.
No, it has not.
Not at all.
Oh my goodness. Aggro played. Dexter just thrown to the wolves, and Tessa's there to try and get trades back. Blamef does well to get a double there. Kixon is still hovering inside of middle, so if they try and take that space in hopes that that was all that Heroic offered up in that position, maybe have grabbed his hands on a gun, but fnatic are once again grouping themselves up to try and close. Nerds does finish off onto Mattis, and Shush has converted the kill on Blame. Afro still plugging away on that AWP, however. But Kixon has an opportunity ahead of him. If he's able to get himself far enough into B main, yeah, he could catch Crims blissfully unaware. Plant still being committed to by Afro. Has that smoke down temple, knows that the flank is exposed, but he has not planted in a position where he can play from deep CT. He has to still commit to the site this way, or even from a temple line. Kixon doesn't have a kit. Very little to speak of in this round. Timing works for him, though, as he goes through that smoke, but Kixon didn't catch a glimpse. And so Afro taking advantage. It is fnatic, after they trailed that first half 3-9, that get to 12 first.
And they lost pistol in this half. It has been a monumental recovery. And as a reminder, guys, winner of this plays the loser of Falcons Eternal Fire for the sole remaining spot in Rio. Loser goes home. Had fnatic have lost this map, which maybe they should have 10-15 minutes ago, it would have heavily blunted their chances to book those flights. But this has been an inspired performance. Matty's Body leading the way. The extremities players for this team at the moment are doing so much work. And just one more round. Afro plugs Dexter. Nert's called upon, but with 35 HP, I dare say he's not long for this world.
Almost gets naded out of this round as well. Picks up that ult. Hopes to do better than what Dexter had, and he will hit his shot. Afro tried to escape. Tucked himself deep into that B-side corner. Bomb is outside of B, though, and fnatic are starting to probe this A bomb site. Shush, it may just come down to timing. They don't clear it first, and so Matty's dropped. Maybe a body that they couldn't actually afford to lose. Especially with that bomb being so separated. Blame in middle. And smoke on camera is fresh. I mean, he has to fight. Nerds has to try and hold this line and prevent this cross, but Blame slips through. Kixon, be aware. Yes, he will. He catches that bomb out in the open, and it leaves Crims to his own devices. We go to overtime. Heroic do pull together the 2 gun rounds needed to push it this far.
Fnatic might be somewhat disappointed not to have won this map, but they need to look at the grander picture. They were so far down. And now a big old reset button has just been engaged. There will be no lesser buys. There'll be orbs galore. Now we're in overtime. And I'll say it again. I need Dexter. I need Dexter to be a force on this CT side. He can be the difference maker. He can cause problems. He cannot allow Fnatic to default so easily and almost carelessly for control.
He's had a lot of missed shots. Something that Afro has actually not had going into this T side. They're getting a lot of crucial trades to enable the rounds for Fnatic. Re-aggression into connector. Nert's forced forward by that Molotov. He'll find Mattis, but Body will deal with him. But that should be a bit of an indicator, especially with all this util sailing out on A. They blow that smoke inside of main. Body ahead of the pack, but the first is clean from Shush, even while flashed. Dexter doesn't feel comfortable coming out from camera. And rotates are here for Heroic just before that plant goes down. Almost still yet to be recovered. Kixon is right next to Crims up inside of Heaven, and they were none the wiser. There's a team damage in and amidst it as well. So much chaos suddenly blooming on this bomb site, but Fnatic don't get that bomb down, and they lose everyone.
Kixon, my man, making moves.
How? How does he keep doing it?
One of those games. He's played with supreme confidence during this map so far. Even in their losing efforts on the defense, he was trying. Okay. Second round to come. If any team can win 2 out of 3 CT rounds, they're in such a good spot in these overtimes.
Another pick for Afro. Is a 1-for-1 to start. Looks like Body wanted to make use of that lurk smoke so many times thrown, but never actually taking the opportunity. They don't hazard that journey. Fnatic are still sitting around the map and seeing what Heroic offer them. I feel like Dexter has had this up many a time and has had little to show for it.
Very static from the defense. Nobody moving. She's going to peel off A. And now the nade starts to rain over Kixan. And Heather's committed clicking. Body makes it unbelievably uncomfortable. Shush is on location too, but how on earth do you get a good duel out of these positions? They're so penned in. Couple flags, though, stream their way. They make it work despite the awkwardness of this defense. And with Body on 12 HP, surely Dexter ends the job.
Oh, what? That nade bounced so far away from Body. I thought that was going to be his undoing.
Could hit a trampoline.
Yeah, it was springboards on some of these bricks on Anubis. But that was a great read. Heroic started making their move before Fnatic had even committed into the bomb site. Shush rotating quick, and then Dexter dropping from middle to the canals. So by the time Fnatic break through, there's 4 in defense of that B bomb site.
I'm also kind of still stunned that Heroic have actually won 2 rounds out of 2. quite incredible.
Sometimes you experience rider's block at the wrong moment. What a spot for Nerds, and they were not caught by that whatsoever. Flash sailed over their heads, and, well, it caught Mattis' teammate. It didn't catch him himself.
I think that was the same move Nerds did the last round. Element of the mind game was saying that they weren't expected to do it again. Does not pan out. And Heroic is going to make a bold move. Look at this. Shush mid 3B. I'd like them actually just to commit. They're not. They're going to reroute.
It's a lot of presence expressed in middle. A lot of steps being made. So, information Heroic can play off. Smokes are down. They even smoked themselves off at camera. But Tessus doesn't feel like venturing that smoke. They are going to be sectioned. I mean, 2-2 split. Dexter doesn't have that deep line anymore towards Con, but he will catch Crims as he swings out to Temple. Tessus as well, able to find his. But from a man advantage, now a man to the worse. And so much damage done onto Body. They will have enough space to actually get onto the side itself. Body throwing that bomb over. And with Afro equalizing the affair, this is still on for Fnatic.
I'm looking at these nades for Kixan. Surely they'd go on the plant, right?
They need to actually
time.
secure that plant.
He missed his moment. He could have won the round, I think, with that Molotov. But now, 2v3 retake required. Dexter without the gun in hand. Too much to ask. Almost bizarrely, I think that should have been Heroic's easiest round of overtime, but they can't win it.
Yeah. And that was even with them starting in the deficit. Well, it's at least something for Fnatic. You didn't want to come into this overtime and have Heroic win 3 straight, where they've been so heavily contained on that CT side, but now you have to fix your own CT side woes. And it's been a little while since Fnatic have been on the defense. See if it's more of the same or whether the tone has changed now that there's greater belief. Oh, that scoreline is closer. Oh, what a decision. Round the con smoke, they get both. And it's Body and Matisse, these two heavy hitters for Fnatic that spring them that advantage.
Not done yet. Not done yet. Shush doesn't get the catch. That was the moment. Kixan is so low on HP. There's HE grenades on both of these CT players. I don't see it happening. It needs to be a pair of tremendous headshots, and it's not to be. What a way to start your CT campaign. So important when you're a round down, especially on a lopsided map like Anubis, to set the tone early. And Fnatic have done just that.
And that may have been the most active move we've seen from Fnatic in all of their CT rounds. Trying to think how many times they sat on the bomb site and lost B. You know, were fighting for, you know, like a 3 mid clear in the mid round, but a very early decision made. And it really works wonders for them. How much do they lean into that idea, though, in this overtime? Do they think he can get away with it again? We saw 3D Max try and be active against Heroic, who love to default at the start of these rounds. Will they be caught by the same tricks? Good molly. Allows access out of Con. You can see just how quickly Body is scaling inside of the canals. And Mattis round the smoke. The scaling on the box is beautiful.
Where was this in regulation? Where was this absolute caution to the wind, cutthroat aggression? You know, accepting that we play slow standard rounds, we're probably going to lose. An important response, though, wasn't it, from Shush? Keep this round in contention. Oh my god.
Gotta be careful.
Oh,
I saw
the knees. Oh, yeah, he's seen it.
Will he hit it, though? Oh, dear. That was the bomb as well inside of the canals. He knew. He just couldn't do a damn thing to stop it.
Yeah, he was left eye, so... a tad tricky. He's left his teammates so much to do now. And I can't believe Matty's... why'd you play out of...
Yeah.
Out of connector, play in with your teammate. Still, though, a lot to be done. Molly sections off Afro for the moment. 23 seconds. There is time to plant A if he can get out, and he cannot. fnatic, another map point. My god.
Yeah, and more decisive aggression that finds them a double at the start. I just can't believe it. You're so right to question where this was in regulation, because there is a flare to fnatic right now.
I also think you can see the difference between these two Anubis games from Heroic is they're not getting afforded the same opportunities. The individuals cannot have the same effect. fnatic, yes, as a team, they haven't had the best results, but the individuals are not to be snuffed at. Afro claims 2 has impact the Dexter could only dream of on Anubis at the moment. Puts his team in a map-winning position. And what a storyline it could be if they close this round.
Some of these rounds in regulation would just blow up. Even if fnatic found advantages, but overtime has been a different beast. This could be 3 rounds straight where they benefit off of double entries. At Heroic, last stand, it will be towards this B-bomb site, and they get destroyed by nades and spam. Another one to finish off Tessus as well, and Kixon burned and taken down by the bullets of Body. 27 and 20 is the in-game leader of this fnatic squad. A fantastic comeback from a 10-3 deficit. I didn't think they had it in them, but boy, did they prove me. And I don't know about you, Alan, but maybe you were wrong as well.
I've been wrong more times today than you could possibly count. What an unbelievable map of Counter-Strike. Had absolutely everything. It started off with utter madness, then it calmed down. Second half was much more formulaic. We're going to overtime, and both teams changed so much on their defensive side. It was a CT dominant overtime, and that is mad after regulation. So wow, I mean, what a map from fnatic. If you're Heroic, that was your opponent's pick, so you shouldn't be massively despondent. They'll know that they should have closed it at the half, I guess, but fnatic just had to give everything to not go a map down into their opponent's pick to come.
Yeah, and I mean, that second map in the series is, I hope, going to deliver in the same drama that Anubis seemed to bear. It is another map filled with sand, but we will head to Mirage after a break.
sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deiner Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Time for map 2 here between Fnatic and Heroic. Anubis was the first. That went to overtime. It was old school, 16-14. Fnatic just about snatched that one. Concurrent game, that is the upper bracket final winner goes to Rio. There's been some antics. First map has slipped the way of Eternal Fire after being way down on the half. So I dare say have both streams open because both games seem to be utter madness at the moment.
Yeah, you can't call who's going to win just based off of who has a good first half. It's very clear on either stream. So yeah, I'm kind of excited for what this Mirage could bring because I want to see more of this body level performance. I want Mattis to show that same flair. And I just don't want Fnatic to start as poorly as they did in that first map. Because it seemed like they really charged up the further that Anubis went on. Whereas Heroic maybe were a little taken aback by the Fnatic that they started with and the Fnatic that they finished against.
Let's talk about Fnatic on Mirage. They haven't played that much of it. At least in the last 3 months. They played it 4 times since the player break. Won twice. The biggest win being Sangal, but G2 Ares, that's the female team, and then losses to Johnny Speeds and Passion UA. These aren't teams that should be troubling a Fnatic. So needless to say, Mirage has been certainly a weak link in the chain for them. So I guess in that respect, we're not expecting the same level of... But yeah, it'd be very intriguing to see what CS they present because they ended that last map on such a high.
Yeah, and for Heroic, I guess it's kind of similar. Like, their only Mirages that they've played since that player break were against MIBR and Furia, both at the IEM Cologne play-in, and they lost both those outings, 13-7 versus MIBR, and a close 13-11 versus Furia. So, I'm not really sure what to expect in that regard. I feel like a lot of it will come down to form, and I know we were praying a lot and we were asking for a lot for Dexter to show up on Anubis. I don't think he can afford to go missing if they want any hopes of staying in this best of 3.
They need him. They need him. It hasn't been Dexter's qualifier yet.
Yeah. By comparison, Afro had a pretty monster performance on Anubis.
Setting the bar high. And what a time for Fnatic to be leading B. Actually pulling out just the wrong time, aren't they? The boost, though, retained. Blame F, Julie's in tow. Can somebody else take first contact? He fires a shot, shows himself, and gets cleared. That achieved very little, that boosted position. Matties is ever so low. This hold has not panned out nearly as intended for Fnatic.
Yeah, Body even, did exactly what he needed to do. Took that first contact away and diverted attention, but he wanted more out of that boosted setup, that's for sure. Crims and Afro trying to approach differing positions. Crims does win his fight onto short, and up close to that window is Kixan, but I think they're prepping to double swing to short, and they'll do so just after they find that kill in window. It's Dexter that punches in 3 kills from this pistol round.
Looking good. What we needed. Hitting the ground or running. Blame F there will be I think he'll be kicking himself for firing that bullet before he had, had a kill.
Yeah.
And even then, to have a virtue in that position, to have some trigger discipline, you, in some sense, it almost want to gamble that the first man doesn't check you.
I think there's also a world where, even though Body got that first kill, the first man that was out for Heroic could have also maybe seen Blame on death cam. I'm not sure. Would have been a difficult angle. That's a good kill for Blame. Notes did his damage on the MP7 and the MP9. The jumping accuracy there really working for Blame F. Oh, that's really bad for Afro. Gotta jump into those apartments while there was action elsewhere.
Pull the plug. You know it's 2B.
Yeah.
Get out, Heroic. Leave it. And Dexter dies on the fadeaway. What an awkward round this has been for Heroic. What is the next move? Bomb is being scooted out of apartments. Tezes has A control, but he's terrified, isn't he? He's terrified of taking too much space himself. He wants to wait for Shush and his high HP. It's allowed so much time for Blame F to reposition. It's a matter of timing. Who catches who? Surely it's Blame F. Behind triple. He does.
Oh, Oh my goodness. 4 kills from Blame F on this MP9. And he's being very loud about his retreat from that A-bomb site. Shush should have a kill punched in. Molotov down. He doesn't want to take that fight head on. And so he'll try and play for the 1 versus 2. Triple plant, and they'll see him cross to default. But it's all about keeping tabs on his position. Don't let him escape without knowing where he's headed. The Flash actually contacting with Blame F. But he's got his hands on a FAMAS. And Shush has to just try and isolate these players. They shouldn't have a kit, but it's not something that he can also bank on. He knows that they forced into this, and they'll line up, they'll get and guarantee the trade. Fnatic able to space themselves out and topple what starts as a pistol round win for Heroic that Fnatic swiftly snatch back.
I think Heroic has communication problems. Too much of this today. Too much.
Yeah.
That round was potentially one of the least forgivable, because it's just like, at what point do we? It's so slow to stop fighting B. The move to go in B was right, because they saw a lot mid. They're like, okay, B's less defenders start moving in. They get in there. They meet massive resistance, and how Dexter doesn't fall out before being killed is beyond me.
Yeah, it's a real head scratcher, that one. See if Heroic can make amends by winning a force themselves. It's a good nade in from Mattis. They will not have watchful presence on the potential of a boost. They did actually hear a step, so really that will sort of soft confirm the idea of 2 underneath that window. But Heroic are still spread. Fnatic don't exactly have very forward or advanced positions to gain much insight into how Heroic are orchestrating themselves.
How are you getting the bomb down with no smokes? Guess we'll find out soon.
Shoot them all.
They're lucky, actually, there's no CT player for Fnatic. They're playing jungle and under Balk. That'll make it even more difficult. Afro, though, repositions at just the right time by the looks of it. Tez's caught in mid. That's the lone lurker. And now the contact play begins. There's no other option, is there? They've got to get as far up as they can without showing face. Geek will be up soon, though. Flash. Over the top. Body swings from under balcony. 2 quick kills for Shush. The bomb does actually get planted, so that in essence is already a bit of a win, but claiming the round might be beyond them. Kickstand surely gets swarmed. These first 2 are very low HP. Crims needs to get way up connector to join his teammates in the fray. Kickstand collects 2, and this is on. Just Crims to find. What a round this would be for the in-game leader. Had huge moments today, but we need one more. Head collected. Kickstand wins. Heroic back at it.
How has Kickson pulled that one off? You're right on. I mean, those first 2 players were low enough that he only had to put a couple bullets downrange for each. But then the brave move there for him to jump on top of default and just take the fight to Crims, who was running healthy. That is a fantastic clutch there for Kicksan.
Huge moment in this series. Massive moment. And now it's put the economy for Fnatic on the back foot. Their buy is dreadful and their numbers are thinned already. Surely these remaining players have already got to consider a save, because this is cooked. Gonna be free for Heroic. They don't make it easy for themselves. But this map has certainly started better.
And it will call a close to the Force Buy Wars. And, you know, the longer that gets drawn out, the worse it feels for the CT side. Their money always feels in a more tenuous position. Yeah, 2 entries is all it takes. May have been a curious choice for Heroic to lean into a Mirage. But maybe they'll be able to justify it if they pull off a successful T-side. It's not like their T-sides have been poor today. It's really their CT that there have been some issues, and maybe that does lend itself to this idea you were pointing out in that second round, where communication may be a bit of a problem.
CT's more communication heavy. T side you can call around,
Yeah.
and just sort of roll with it. CT side you've got to make adjustments on the fly. We'll find out that's a factor later on. Now it's the anti-eco. Saved upgraded pistol for Matty's on Afro, but that they shouldn't be factors given the positioning. Just get rid of the bomb, guys. Let's not have the bomb out in the open. I'm a little bit nervous. The bomb is felled. Nothing more going.
Crisis averted. We're fine. I'm not sure Kicksun should be using the MP7. I know that's a Nert's specialty. Didn't seem like Kicksun had the same control that I've seen Nert's display. What could have been a disaster ends up being more security for Heroic now that they have significant numbers.
Quick update on our concurrent game. Eternal Fire are 4 rounds from Rio. They're up 9-3 at the half, having a 9-round T-side on Anubis. I mean, we have learned over today that it's not a done deal, but at some point, the huge comebacks will cease to exist.
Yeah. And they've played damn good in these close qualifiers. Oh!
It's real scary for these teams. So if Falcons lose that series, I wouldn't be pleased about a matchup against Falcons to go for Rio.
Not sure how much more pleased you'd be with a Eternal Fire game, but
Yeah.
hell, Afro will be super pleased with the way that he's called this save. I mean, started off as a scout, you got 3 more kills on top of that. You know, that was a 1 versus 4 where you sure he wasn't going for the round, but that's a lot more damage than Heroic had really any business giving over.
Okay, pause is in. Discussion for fnatic. Approach these gun rounds. Because we haven't seen. Will this be the first full-blown gun round? I think it might be.
Yes,
Because of all
yeah,
of
it will
the
be.
force by shenanigans. Certainly the first one Afro could AWP. So they have choices. They could throw an aggression. They could play a more reactive mid-round and start on the sides or whatever. Or, a standard sort of Mirage interplay where you have numbers mid early and then full sights late. Plenty of options.
Well, whatever the call for Heroic, it involves Kicksun running at them with a MAC-10.
He also hasn't fully bought, has he? He's going to go. If you don't buy full nades, that means you're in first and you're taking space.
That's exactly what's on the docket. They're set up for an A execute. They will want to lean into this burst as heavily as possible. Kicksun will be the one that leads the way. Smoke down for Body, but he has very little support on the site itself. Body is trapped towards the top side of the balcony, but he gets his kill even while Flash, and he gets away with another as well after dropping into Sandwich with the ult. It's Nerds that doubles up, but they are a man to the worse. Full execute was down, but they have not actually gained ground on the bomb site itself.
We had that discussion yesterday of when you should leave a teammate out to dry and just play the long game. Afro didn't hear that conversation. He was straight in. Fortunately for him, his teammates are doing work. Bomb is failed. I'm not sure the CTs could see that because it's just below the steps, but 3 alive. They can just play together. I think Dexter will save. Nobody phases.
I'm not sure how patient Dexter will be about it. I just get the bomb, so he does create an option, but this route is the save route. That'd be far too much to clear. The fact that fnatic didn't continue swinging or applying pressure onto ramp will have him suspicious of him being contained, and so, yeah. hold on to what little you have.
Absolute magic from Body to find 2 in that position. A supportive util might have been a factor as well. But he was in trouble. He was in trouble. But blunted that offense a great deal.
Yeah, and he caught the player jumping stairs. You know, first players out for Heroic didn't route in a way to actually clear out the balcony or under it. They wanted to take the fight into Con, and Body helped alleviate that strain by dealing with that jumping player. That's what Kixon had drawn up with his Mac 10.
Heavy mid stance. Straight up onto Catwalk. With Matty's. Lame F is zooming his way up mid. And he is running into his own demise. Dexter capitalizes.
Oh my.
Body is traded places with Tezes.
And neither know.
Oh, he heard the final play with the bomb, I think, as well.
This gets weird. Afro's dead, and so the reaction will be knife drawn, and Body will be completely uncleared, but he needed that kill, and he needed it quick. He still gets his double after fumbling the initial spray. And it is a 1-on-3 for Crims now. And amongst that chaos, there could have been a chance for him, but he didn't invoke maybe much confidence after hearing those opening bullets from Body.
Starting to look good again here for Heroic. Crims is... I don't know what that look was meant to achieve.
It's like isn't that the crowd?
Yeah,
Isn't
I was going to say, but like...
Who's cheering?
Exactly, I mean...
You can't hear us.
I don't know what's going on. Interesting. I mean, when you play as many stage games as Crims has, maybe it's almost muscle memory. You're just thinking this is part of the game at this point.
Yeah. Or maybe he has that veteran. He took this time to give them a lesson. Listen, if you guys are ever in a situation like this, and we really need the round on stage, do this move.
Just getting ready for Rio, I'm sure. Quick update, 11-3 is the scoreline on the A stream.
Damn.
And Falcons are going to be forcing the game out at the rate they're going.
Well, we saw a lot of forcing from the Falcons, so that doesn't surprise me. Alright, so Blame is invested in a rifle. Crims did save his. Blame has opted for a ladder room stance. Him and Crims will be in charge of making sure there can be no shenanigans in through middle. You know, Body has walked all the way through ramp on A, but timing's not going to work. Shush peels away from Palace in time. But as he peeled, Afro has taken up a position. He can only go uncleared, but needed to hit that instant shot. Nice adjustment from Shush.
What can you do? Can you do? Nurse is still also lurking B here, so plenty of options for the offense. In terms of how they want to end this. Rifles being plucked out of the server galore at the moment. And Blame might do well just to heavily front himself towards the save. 12-3 now for Eternal Fire.
Well, something like early congratulations may be in order.
9 chances. Money
Yeah.
surely bad.
No, that's true. And on day one, you know, we posed this question about who we thought would go through, and you did put your confidence in Eternal Fire. So happy it's going well for them.
Okay. They're so close.
Yeah. Doing what I can. Just to add some drama to the stream we're not part of.
Like, Eternal Fire. Sometimes rightfully so over the years have played some less than ideal Counter-Strike.
Sure.
Had some less than ideal roster moves. team stability doesn't translate into Turkish, what I can tell. But this team is different. They actually play good CS, so I'm happy for them.
Yeah, that's
And,
good.
well, in a few minutes, they'll be on Google Flights.
Well, that was a nice and comfortable 6th round for Heroic. They are still far, far away from any chance of making it to Rio. The Fnatic are at least a little closer. Afro, a nice opener in this round. A full investment and him getting his hands back on that big green. Already paying off. It's a nice forward position here from Crims as well. Very controlling. But something that should go cleared. I don't know how convincing, or how convinced they'll be that Crims will be in a position like this. Yeah, it's a bit of a haphazard clear, but Kixon will at least trade. And that carves a path out towards this B bomb site. Mattis isn't even really fighting for it. Just throws that smoke and starts to redivert, hoping to try and play numbers. But Shush is really rotating quite late away from that A bomb site, and it does come down to how prepared he is for this underpass aggression. Mattis, a lovely set of shots, and it does mean that there's very little safe haven for Heroic. Nice quick one from Afro. Dexter back of the site, and Afro won't miss a beat. 3 after he gets his hands back on this ult.
Clinical retake. It was Afro to open it up too. He was in underpass and the nerds he caught early on. So proactive play from him. It's been you know, in a series where Afro is playing off against Dexter, you expect Dexter to be the bigger force, but it's not been the case. Afro has been. He's actually played a really great series so far.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it, especially on the defense.
Yeah, we'll ignore the defense of Anubis in regulation because everyone was having a bad time. But look, whole timeout. After finding these advantages, getting that triple via Afro, retake looked good. Fnatic are the one that take the pause. Maybe a final moment to rally the troops to round out this half.
This map is far from over. They're playing for wiggle room. Playing for scope as they go into second half. I think I need a few more rounds than this. Check out Blame F. He is absolutely speeding his way through underpass. To play a second Delpa, and that's nerds. Could cause problems, but he doesn't peak in time. Matties, though, doesn't expect to play it too wide. He is felled. That could cause problems here for the defense. How do they react? Will there be some aggressions on the exterior of the map? Indeed there is. Crim smokes behind himself, grabs more info. He's going to compel his teammates further to remain with this A-lane, surely. Could be a huge move, this.
Yeah, you can see they're starting to consider it. Dexter, a very defensive line being held on that AWP. If Crims pushes his way out of the B apartments, he's likely to be taken down by this AWPer. He holds stalwart, especially with Nerds being found on that mid lurk. That just tees up Crims to find greater success. He was one corner another round, and this time he's gone the other direction, and he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. A Molotov that will force his hand, but he does great damage before he's felled. There's a second lurk that they need to be aware of, but how could they anticipate Kixon inside of jungle so wide? Afro's gunned down before he can even think about making it to B. Oh, I think Dexter was just narrowly spotted, and he wides to the apartments. Good check. That was kind of the only way back into the round for Fnatic if Body got something done on that flank.
Been a brutal half of Counter-Strike, but Heroic are making this work. 7 now. See how the money shakes out for Fnatic. It might not be enough for another investment. borderline, isn't it? I think they'll have to half buy. That'll be a tough pill to swallow because you're sort of playing for 4 rounds. No, they're going to go all in. They want more. They want more. BlameF can drop 1 gun. Someone surely's got to make sacrifices. The buy's actually a little bit better than I'd expected. But no up on Afro. At least there's a couple kits in play. And bit of a dice roll here from fnatic. They're desperate to get more of a buffer before the halves change.
Aggressive move from Blame, and he tried it before through the underpass. This time it's in through middle, but he connects for a full kill. They're out from ramp, though. They're close by Tetris, and Crims finds a great moment to just clear that out for the squad. He is Molotov'd out, but even while blind, escapes the clutches of those flames. It comes down to 2 that remain here on Heroic. His choice to buy isn't going to blow up in fnatic's face. I think you'd actually do well to save at least one of these guns, if not both.
Yeah, I was just checking out the money for Heroic. It's a really good buy, actually, if they save both, isn't it? Because Shush could even just buy himself a smoke and have a full belt.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay. A stream update. It's 6-12. Falcons won 3 in a row.
Okay.
It looked like Major DC'd in the last round when they were in a man advantage. That's at least what I can tell. That could be incorrect. That's assuming that HLTV scoreboard is an accurate reflection of the game, but he did leave mid-round and then rejoin at the start of this round.
Understood. I was thinking, you've got your finger to the pulse real good for that second game.
I'm just informing the fans. Or I need my ego boosted by Eternal Fire winning.
Just grand multitasking.
Gotta be done. Gotta be done. fnatic. Well, they're staying alive here. That's the good news. Can they find 5? How do they distribute the forces this time? Surely BlameF is not going to try mid-aggression again. How many times would be one too many? He does not. Hello, head over towards Connected. It's Afro that gets straight into ladder room. So a little bit of a switch up.
It's a good move. Set up for Body to peer in through the bottom side of ramp, and he catches Shush, who tried to play it using the angle to his advantage, but that flash went overhead, and it was never going to catch Body. So some aggressive actions from fnatic on this defense that have netted them advantages now in back-to-back rounds. And they're going to crunch mid. Oh, this is a great call. A fantastic decision. Once again, just getting a kill and evacuating. They got what they wanted. Heroic are still trying to compose themselves about how they approach the rest of this round, and they're getting picked apart. Counter kill via Tessus in middle does make you a little worried. And Afro the miss, that's not grand. Kixon's doubled up. That's the spray down onto those 2 short side players, and it carves this path wide open towards the B bomb site. They're going to take that and run with it. But it's damage exchanged through the smoke down to 2-on-2 before that bomb is down.
Okay, let's focus up. So Tezes versus Smoke. Body comes in front of it, and Tezes wins. Crims was not close enough for an immediate trade, and he is wary about playing the same game. He'll lose a lot of time. He'll work around the Smoke. Eats a nade. So awkward. So awkward, but now the gig is up. Tries to come out, but there's a player all the way up on short. Crims finds the first. But this is impossible. Dex has got this one every day of the week. Indeed, he does. 8 rounds for Heroic. A strong T-side performance as they look to salvage this series. Can they get it done in the second half?
This is an elimination game between Heroic and Fnatic on their road to Rio. And Fnatic already a map up, but trailing after the first half after Heroic put 8 together on that T side. We'll see whether or not this transits us to a full 3-map series into Dust 2 or not. Because Fnatic, they may start down at the half, but they didn't finish down on Anubis.
No, sir. And it's only Kixan. Only Kixan on this side. Flames on the feet of Body. Looks divine, angelical as he flies through the air. An important entry for Fnatic. That bomb gets planted. They can choose their after plants. This looks good.
So did the Anubis pistol on their T side, and then it all went up in smoke in a moment's notice. They'll hope to avoid that same path taken into this retake. Tessus probing with those dualies, and there is a quick 1-for-1 in at the market door, but they don't have kits, and they are bleeding a lot of time. Mattis finding more frags, and BlameF as well as security. Once again, lining up those trades. Fnatic this time will get that pistol advantage, get the plant, and retain all of it.
Just what they needed. Just what the doctor ordered. This could well be game on. Of course, it's been a series of falling foul to early 4 spies. So, may need to dodge that. If Heroic buy. No, they'll be fully going. That said, we did see the 4 Glock 1 Deagle round earlier, so...
Sure.
I'm still nervous.
I'm less so. A little harder to make that work here on CT. And they don't even have the 1 Deag. And they're on the wrong bomb site. Oh, okay, that is awkward. They throw Molotovs to B, Crims jumps the window and blocks the molly, so it actually stopped players from coming out of the apartments, but... Yeah, the fact that they're on the wrong side doesn't matter.
If there had actually been a B stack there, that could have been bad.
Yeah, they could have.
But, no harm, no foul. No problemo. Gonna be 6-4 Fnatic.
That's a tree that drops in the woods with no one around to hear it.
Oh, my main men have done it. 13-8. Eternal Fire. 2-0 the Falcons to book their spot in Rio.
Yeah, that's huge. Really excited to see what Eternal Fire will offer us at that event. A team of promise and a national team, where it does feel like there are so few, so always sort of silently rooting for them as international rosters, like the 2 we have right now, have become plentiful.
I think what goes around comes around. I wouldn't be surprised there's a resurgence. I guess the problem is these days is how on earth do you cobble together enough players in the top of the scene of one nationality when there's so many contracts already taken? You've got a real tough time.
I think the region that has that problem the most is definitely Brazil, right? But other regions will probably be a little easier to pull together that type of a roster. Just about whether or not the talent is actually good enough to fight high.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Bring back Blue Jays. Kixan in his element. That's what we need.
Okay. He seems in his element on this Fnatic team, or rather on Heroic, rather.
Check out the buy from Heroic. 5 MP9s. Have you ever seen anything like this? They ecoed to buy this round.
Yeah.
And they've half bought on MP9s rather than going for M4 and low nades. It is a very unorthodox move, and not one I don't think I've ever seen it before. And I've watched a lot of Counter-Strike.
Well, they still just work out. Body's very low HP. these MP9s can certainly finish off the job. BlameF tagged the same, and they do finish off onto Afro. These players are not healthy. And it's not like BlameF will have the safest journey to link up, but Body does find that kill onto Nerds. Just, do they read this flank? I mean, all it takes is a shot in the back, and it's just done just like that. A double from Shush on that flank. The MP9 buy after the save from Heroic just topples the guns of Fnatic.
It's
I actually love it as well.
It's certainly very interesting, because it means that if you win a round and then lose the next, you haven't invested everything, which is the point. It's also almost certainly the case that the value, like pound for pound, the MP9 is of a better value than a full-blown rifle, which also factors in there.
But its intent to fight, still buy, even if you lose it. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Where's their loss bonus? Because it would be, they would have lost 3 in a row, so it'd be 2-9. And they were saving, what, about 1,200 each? Well, they could have bought again, even if they lost it. It wouldn't have been a great buy, but if you get a couple kills, then it's kind of okay.
Oh, well, that is not how you wanted your rifles to start. Nerds gets killed through smoke, and the good news is at least Kixon got aggressive enough off short to find something back.
Bad news here for Fnatic is they've invested every single smoke into mid. So that control is all good and everything, but rounds are won on the bomb sites. How do they cascade in that direction? Kixan is on an island. Dexter now starting to reroute, but smoke fades. See if Crims can get a duel. He's got teammates coming in behind him. Kixan does find one, and there's an early warning system for Dexter to reposition. Heathers collects another in the meanwhile, and this round has worked. It looks good. Afro has a lot of work to do. Baying these CTs to overface, but it doesn't come. 10-4 Heroic, and surely an eco to follow for the Swedish organisation. They're actually, that's a lie, they're a British organisation, aren't they?
Yes, they are. They just had one of the best Swedish rosters of all time.
Do they not have... They're certainly kind of multicultural. They're certainly...
Sure.
They're certainly... I'm sure they have... They must have a facility or something.
I think they probably do. I don't know, my org.
That's a lie, actually, because even I know that, because I know they moved it. I think it was in Amsterdam. They built a new one.
Oh, you're right.
No, they built a new...
Aren't you?
I don't know. They have a new one in the UK.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I don't often care where they play from, just that they play good. And this Fnatic has a lot of promise. And there's maybe even more to get out of this round as well. BlameF has found 2 kills on the D. Could be a timing here for Afro. Oh god, that's a lot of damage. He actually won that opening exchange. And Blame has found another. They're so low. Shot. They are both within an inch of their life.
Is there a rifle anywhere you can scoop 2? Or is
Triple.
Yeah, the cross might not be the easiest. Where's this bomb? Is it on default?
I think it's literally on the top of default, like on the missiles.
It's got it.
Okay.
This would be an ace. This would be incredible.
It'd have to be
Heroic
magic.
start to move. Clearing their angles. Buddied up for the moment. Dexter goes wide. Does he check sandwich? Yes, he does. Shadow spotted, but doesn't make a difference. 11 for Heroic.
Jeez. I was not expecting that to be so close, but it will put Heroic in a position where, sure, Dexter's floating a lot of cash, but as Fnatic suddenly clamored together with a couple of rounds back-to-back, get into a reset, and then right back into the swing of things. Fnatic will be biting at the heels of this heroic lead. It's a lot of ifs and buts, and no absolutes. Blame F, taken down at the very start. Just tried to get some middle control. They used 3 smokes on that mid control venture, but they still have to clear out this bomb site itself. Shush, a kill. Dexter will also work in tandem. And not a lot left to re-engage on this site.
You can never get engaged on this map, could Fnatic. Looking like all she wrote. 3rd and final will be required at the rate we're going here. Even around like this, I mean, it's pretty much over if you lose it. There's just such a massive deficit. Just 2 weights in the wings. I'm not even sure how you get a plant.
Well, Heroic are offering enough space that they could, if they were feeling bold enough to do it with that smoke up, but they even just blow the smoke on Heroic. Meaning now it is almost an impossibility. Nerds will swing from the stairs, and Heroic will have 6 opportunities to close this map and force us into Dust 2. It doesn't feel quite as desperate in the way that they're trying to fish for opening kills. They're just being almost granted them at the start of these rounds. We saw the crazy actions of Blame F on that CT side to try and get that advantage. Far less labored. Wow. Okay, Shush was not prepared for that duel, but he gathers his second burst. Fnatic wanted to pick up the pace on this A bomb site, and they will have the chance to deploy some util, but all of that util is actually, sorry, on Blame F on that B bomb site instead. He is completely separate and devoid of the actual hit. Good kill for Mattis, giving a chance for Blame to actually activate on this lurk, but I don't know how long Mattis will be able to stay alive.
The hole is breached. That's the good news. But he's lost his teammate. Kixan could end the job here. Unchecked. 13-6. Heroic strike right back. Honestly, a dominant performance. As soon as the economy swung in their direction on that first half, they were off to the races, and obviously second half looking pretty good as well. So, what more is there to say? Heroic have played one bad half in this series. Elsewhere has looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, and what a cool idea that they sparked that conversation on that CT side of them saving in the second round, but then buying MP9's armor in the third. Like you said, I don't think I've seen that anywhere done. I know they did a full MP9 buy against the Falcons, and Falcons also did something similar on a second round, but not a third. So, yeah, some curious conversations maybe happening in the Heroic camp as far as economy is concerned.
Innovation is what we like to see this late into Counter-Strike as well. It's a lot of fun. Mirage then done and dusted, 1 apiece. Dust 2 to decide who plays Falcons tomorrow for a spot in Rio. We'll be up with that next. Don't go anywhere. One map to go then here between Fnatic and Heroic. A huge resurgence, I guess, in that second map for Heroic after just fumbling towards the end on Anubis. It will be Dust 2 to close us out in this series. A perplexing map of late. I think teams are still getting their head around it a little bit. But there isn't a lot of time for these teams. Loser goes home, winner plays Falcons tomorrow. I'm not sure who's favoured at this point. It'll be very intriguing.
Yeah, no, that is certainly the case. I mean, you had a really nice, well-rounded performance on Anubis from Fnatic, but then you go into Mirage and things just kind of fall flat. You know, a couple of rounds of inspiration. I think a lot of credit to BlameF for trying to drive Fnatic in the right direction, but not a lot of the other pieces seem to come together in the same way as it did on that first map. So, yes, this third map will be hard to call. I think both teams have shown weakness, but also inversely shown a lot of strength just at differing portions of the game, or maybe even just different sides of the map. I mean, we've seen a lot of poor CT sides as of late, or just within this series as just in isolation, I guess.
Yeah, it's been honestly a bizarre couple of days. Nobody can play CT sides. It's been so strange. We'll see if that continues, of course, going into this third and final map. But yeah, Dust 2. I don't think many people... I actually think when teams figure it out, it will look a bit different than it does at the moment, Dust 2. It's still, to me, it looks very close to how it did at the end of Go in its tenure, in terms of how it's played. But I do believe that, especially dropping HEs, you can make quite a big difference. Obviously, the quick cap box now as well. I think there's more that can be done on this map, and I haven't necessarily seen much that differs from the norm of, honestly, the last decade.
Yeah, just in that addition of the quick cat jump, it's actually just created this new angle you can hold short from as well on the A-bomb side. That's just this new headshot angle that is still taking some time for players to adjust to. Like, they're not pre-aiming it, they don't clear it properly, and you still see teams get caught out pretty frequently by that. But I think the options have opened up for CT sides. You know, options to push into the lower tunnels at the start of rounds where it previously wasn't accessible or would be held by an AWPer so frequently. You have this quick boost to short now as well. There's a lot more aggressive routes that I think CT struggled for in previous iterations of Dust 2. So, yeah, I'm excited to see how it gets innovated as time goes on, but I don't think many players or teams are exploring all the possible options, or if they do, it's maybe not seeing the results that they want when they get into their officials, and so it becomes harder for that to sort of permeate through the rest of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, but having said that, the heroic buy there was so mad in third round here that even that alone compels me to think they might have some fun. They might have some tricks up their sleeve. They really haven't played a lot of CS, have they, with this lineup? It's hard to actually gauge them at all. Of course, the stats say that they're only 2-2 on Dust 2, but they've only played it twice post-player break. One loss to Cloud9, one win over Bait, so we really don't have any data. I mean, that's far from enough to draw any solid conclusions.
Sure. Yeah, and Fnatic have only played it 3 times. Twice against Sangal, where one was a 13-1 dominant victory for Fnatic, and then the other 2 results, one against Cloud9, 13-11 on both of them. So, could be quite a close showing. We'll have to see. Heroic starting CT in this final map to maintain their road to Rio. But a smoke out into this B bomb site. Shush will take that first contact. The flashes are good, though, blinding up Shush on that long-range angle, and both of them hit the deck. In fact, the flank that Dexter wanted to accomplish also just completely ruined. Is a clean exec from Fnatic.
I think Heroic had the safeties on their guns, so this round has gone so far. No resistance. All Fnatic. What a statement to get us going here on Dust 2. And this will be a zinger of a map. Falcons beckons. That'll be tomorrow. 3:30 Central Europe in the afternoon. Winner of this will play Soaring Bird for a spot in Brazil. Eternal Fire already booking their spot earlier this evening. So even for the winner here, the work is not yet done, but give an arm and a leg for at least the opportunity. Let's see, because Heroic could save this round and then do it again.
Maybe they buy one scout. Maybe that's the one deviation that I would offer. Because it doesn't feel like MP9s can do as much damage on Dust 2 when the engagement ranges are just so long. I'm sure they could come up with a creative way to make it work. No, they'll group up at long and just try and overwhelm with these USPs. A couple of kills at least go their way, but not a way that this could cascade out of control unless Nerds hit a follow-up headshot, which he's unable to do. So, Fnatic just meet them head on at long and get that round out of the way very quickly.
Not necessarily a bad result to get a couple kills. And Heroic, okay. So they have gone for a more traditional investment. So it's interesting though, isn't it? Because it begs the question of, well, which maps is it on? Mirage, I'd put forward Nuke, Inferno, probably Vertigo.
Sure.
There's actually very few maps where you couldn't do it, because obviously you don't have Overpass in the pool anymore. That would have been one of them.
It's just kind of, what are the conditions that need to be met for them to have gone with that buying route? It is an interesting deep dive that may have to be done at some point.
Again, they haven't played much Counter-Strike, so we're not sure. Afro just swings short. Afro swings short into 3 players and finds 2. Flash maybe playing a pivotal part. We weren't on board, so can't speak to the strength of that one. But Heroic not in a good position. Tezes is he really up for a fight here? He backs himself off short. Mattis collects another. That's Nerds in mid. This round surely is done. there's so much work to do to get back onto this site.
Yeah, Tessus has to be gifted a kill as he comes back in, and as he dies on short, that will be the round, and the chances of coming back into it completely gone. Just snap decisions. Get that double kill on Afro, and they just target that A bomb site. They're 2 defenders light on the defense.
Right. So, I mean, the damage is pretty tremendous from Shush. Next round will be a half buy for Heroic. With those frags, if they can find a couple more in the following, they do keep Fnatic on somewhat of a precipice. I feel like a broken record, but it's still Dexter, isn't it? Especially on a C side of a map like this. He's the man.
Yeah, still waiting to see that potential that felt almost untapped before he took his hiatus and coming back into the circuit. Still yet to see him show that same level, and with this scout that he's brought into the round, he does find the head of Afro. That was an ult the other side of the duel.
Devil. And he's coming. He's coming for the damned. Is Dexter. What is the next move for Heroic? Infamously hard map to rotate is the CD-sided Dust 2, so those B players can't really cross. Perhaps could consider some tunnels aggression. As M4 gets scooped. It's suddenly looking like a much more dangerous investment, isn't it? Quite a lot in play, and peeling off B. They're going to fight mid. 2 for Nerds. Body tagged up. Crims is way out. He's super late to the party here in these tunnels. But does catch Nerds on the retreat. Still, though, Jeopardy in this round when maybe it should have been much less than this.
Oh, but Crims gets tagged fighting from the window. He tried to just buy more time so that Body could link up with him on the site, but neither of them are healthy. Good kill from Body at the flash, and Crims able to provide security over the plant. Doesn't matter if they're low health if nobody on Heroic can get in a position to fire back.
Interesting.
Right, another full investment, this time Dexter on the AWP. And again, because of all the sort of amounted damage over these past 3 rounds, it's not like it's gone out of control as of yet. You know, there could have been cleaner affairs for Fnatic. They could have had a much bigger buffer built. But all it should take is a successful gun round here for Heroic before Fnatic have to start counting pennies.
Tech pause. Hopefully nothing too bad. Want to get back in the action.
Yeah, everyone's still here. I did some digging. Well, rather, I saw the post from Trav, who was commentating on the Eternal Fire game. It was a mid-round DC, that Eternal Fire circumstance you were talking about, and it was the Phantom player DC that seemed to happen in a round that didn't actually matter. You know, it didn't actually have any consequence on the round, but sometimes when you drop out of the game, you do leave like an after image of where you were. I don't know how to replicate the bug, but it seems to happen from time to time, and there was just a body on the server that had no soul in it. So
that's major for you.
Yeah, rather peculiar, but it can happen.
Okay, well, hopefully we're not here too long waiting for the game to get back underway. I'm sure both teams want to get moving. It's getting a little bit later as well for the ones that are more Central European. Even, I mean, Dexter is 2 hours ahead of us at the moment, so he wants to get moving. And we're back. We're underway. Guns out. Eyes on Dexter. He has a long spawn. Could also go catwalk. Let's see.
Instant long corner smoke from Fnatic. And a 3 long start from Heroic that the smoke will be a little disruptive, but they'll still get the control that they were after. Nobody even feigning presence, really, by the T side. They'll get pretty easy access to short. Dexter holding from car with that AWP. Likely to transition into the site.
Set up as old as time, isn't it? Yeah, from Heroic. It's old school. Mid secured by fnatic. They're going to show some presence as well. This could pull some sort of reaction. Hasn't just yet. But Heroic are running out of nades. Look at this. Only Nurse as much to speak of. Even a retake's going to be problematic without any util. Dumped so much in mid. Of course, the long take earlier. Ball is in fnatic's core because they can just split a site here and, well, at least nades-wise, there won't be a lot to resist them.
Nerds does still have that smoke, and with 25 seconds, if he cuts off one of these entrances on the mid to B that they have split and they have set up, it becomes a lot more problematic. Shush gunning everyone down in the tunnels, and that's the bomb dropped inside of them as well. So even if they wanted to link up on this second prong of the assault, they're smoked off, too far detached, and they didn't leave a lot of time on that clock for anything to go wrong, especially not for Shush to get all three from back plat.
It's unbelievable. I guess, I mean, we weren't on board. I guess just a miraculous lineup when, you know, the first man wasn't looking and then the two guys behind couldn't see anything. It's incredible how quickly those kills came in. And finally, the close rounds, the somewhat close eco rounds as well from Heroic are going to pay some dividends. Look at the buy. It is ugly, to put it mildly, and Mattis finds a double Galil headshot. Insanity.
Buy may be ugly, but the shooting certainly isn't.
I know. I've got my beer goggles on. I'm all for it. Let's go.
Well, they will mantle back into this A bomb site. They are that extra man down. Mattis currently has no main rifle. Give it to a healthier player. And Nerds, great angle to catch them, just trying to fully flush out and clear car. Mattis caught on the cross as well. He didn't have a lot of health to give, and Dexter revealing his ult from the site. He'll get to himself. So even though they were that one man down, not scared of taking those duels towards long. It's a nice little dodged bullet. It opens the door wide open for Heroic to close that gap.
It looked like destiny when Mattis found those kills. A Heroic survive. And this one has to be an eco. Finally, fnatic give up. Unrelenting investments. And Heroic will know it soon. They haven't seen any default nades. Nothing over long. So no, it's an eco, and she's on track for pretty good cleanup here in mid. Soul man lost, not too bad. Bit of money in the bank as well, as we cruise into round number 8.
There will be no AWP for Afro. Though, sometimes, as much as Dust 2 can be an AWPer's map, you can feel a little limited in what your opening routes will be unless you're given a great spawn. Maybe not the worst thing in the world, but it will mean that Dexter will have a range advantage. Especially when it comes to fighting players in it longer, if it happens to be him over in the tunnels. Holding in through mid. The nade is great from Tessus. There's a lot of damage out long, even with him going traded. Mattis is walking wounded.
Broke have a lot of space. Fnatic start to reroute for mid. Kixan shows himself, but I almost wonder if this brings Nurse into play. Oh my lord. That is not a fight Blame F ever should have won. Shush makes his move
Oh my.
to at least secure a trade. Does find it, but does he get picked on the fullback? No, sir. And this round teeters on the pendulum. It's swung back now towards Heroic because Shush just got some critical information. Kixan takes space in mid. Afro's outside long. I don't know what's going on.
I think Dexter has wagered the wrong direction. After he throws that smoke, he doesn't offer up a whole lot here. Kixan has all of mid covered off. And all Dexter has in security is to watch that long
Why doesn't
cross.
Kixan hold the long cross? I mean... Oh, it's because Dexter's holding sight. It does work out in the end. I'd be a little bit confused. They knew what they were doing. It's going to be a 2-on-1.
Oh, a smoke. He needed that. He needed that smoke to cross because Dexter still held that line. This round is still on. Body, he switched out to that M4, but he has a 1-on-2 on his hands. Flash is out from short. And a Molotov as well. It's a lot of util for one man to throw, so suspecting both. It's spotted. They know he's on that ramp. You know he's rearing for a fight. The Molotov forcing him forward. He's down to 1 HP, and Dexter will finish him off. Should be able to get his hands back on an AWP all the same. And Shush should slide in for the defuse. Yeah, just getting some distance and delaying that defuse so that Dexter can get that big green back in his possession. 4th round and a tying one for Heroic.
Truly the entire map being used in that round. Saw it all. Got a tour.
Yeah.
Absolutely mad. But Heroic are playing a proactive CT side. It's a little bit sketchy, but that's Dust 2 for you. It happens. And I suspect this pause from fnatic comes in because their money is right on the verge. Given the posturing from Matty's at a 4.5 by BlameF goes pretty heavily in. Okay, so Hero AK and a half buy around it is the call. A bomb plant coming very handy, at least for BlameF's sake. And that's a hell of a V-spawn on body.
And he's got the MAC-10. Seems to be facing the right direction too. Yeah, as it stands, BlameF will be able to get an AK and armor again in the following round. But, like you said, bomb plant will allow him some nades. But who's to say they don't just win the round? It is a fast B call. Nades out, and actually taking a lot of damage is Body, who was the front of the pack. The rest had kind of called it off.
A neat idea. I mean, the triple nade to catch a player jiggling up close. Haven't lost that much by not committing to it. I mean, Heroic haven't taken, they haven't pushed long or gone up catwalk, so. But equally, fnatic don't know that. So it'll take them a long time here to clear the map, even if they choose to do so. They're not. They're so nervous. Matty's here in mid, at least feigning that somebody could have crossed towards Xbox. But it will be a B round in the end. Second bite of the apple, and Body is out kilometers ahead of a teammate.
With the bomb, too.
I mean, what the hell do you do now? It's over.
Couldn't have been a worse player to find. Yeah, and that Hero AK floored by Kixin on short. Crims will get his hands on a rifle at the very least, but yeah, this round was never on. Not with that bomb being so separated.
Starting to look pretty good for now for Heroic, isn't it? Arnie's good. Dex is hitting.
And the rest of the team are not exactly disappearing on him either. I feel like that happens so often. A player we're focused on struggling to get engaged in the series, and then when he finally breaks through and has a good performance, other pieces shy away. That's not the case for Heroic right now.
A bit surprised actually not to see a pause from fnatic, because I think they have struggled a lot with their previous few gun rounds to get control and then hit a site in a good position. of course, having said that, the last time they got near a side, they got absolutely mowed down by Shush, didn't they? Yeah. If that transpires again, good flashbang. Dexter out of play. As fnatic sees some mid control. Look at this move, Heroic deciding to lean 4 players on the A portion of the map.
There's a lot of quiet control here for Heroic. Still maintaining eyes on short. Tests this forward position on long as well. And they won't flash to clear this. They will try and face check it. Crimson doesn't even look the right direction, but let's body trade. Maybe a little trigger discipline could have gone a long way there for Tessus, but Kixen out of the car. Dexter swinging out from CT as well, so even if Kixen missed that first kill, Dexter had him covered. But BlameF has found that kill through mid. It's just about recovering that bomb out at long, and that's looking like it. Well, if there was going to be a way back in, Afro needed that kill. Now that it's not going his way, 30 seconds, it won't be enough time for fnatic to pull this one together.
No, sir.
Yeah, it seemed like they had to audibly make that call. I think 30 seconds. They were still considering it for a second, but...
no, especially when Dex is in pit. There's no hope. No chances. The wheels are starting to fall off this fnatic train. Weren't they up to 4 rounds pretty fast? On myself. Yeah, it was 4-0.
4-0, yeah.
Yeah, it was 4-0. Ooh, that's a pretty big swing. And of course, 2 of those come off the pistol and then the anti-eco, so it's not been the best gun rounds for fnatic. And again, I think I'd like to see some more pauses, I think.
Sure.
Because at the rate we're going, Rio is falling between their fingers.
And you know, you maybe color in the context of, like you were saying earlier, it is getting late. Long series as well. But you would think final map to continue your road to Intel Extreme Masters Rio, you would actually be using those timeouts where you feel the game slipping. It's a nice kill from
Dexter the rest of the series.
Yeah.
So much more assertive here on Dust 2. Let's see. He's actually going to reposition off long. He's here just in time to post up on mid. And Afro's ready and waiting. They knew Dexter was not holding that position. And look at this, the contact play through mid.
Oh my god.
But do they have time? They do have time to go A, but they need to read this.
Oh god. It is.
God, that was ugly.
Yeah, they were headed on a collision course to the last 2 remaining heroic defenders, and had they not killed them quick, that could have been a disaster. They killed 3 in defensive A, and they were still finishing B.
Funky.
Could have been awful, but it isn't. And so, fnatic are pleased. As are we. Don't want to see them start 4-0 and then just fall flat.
Could be something pacey here. And Afro post, and now plays fast down mid. Nerds. Some lead flies way, but no connections. Kickstand gives short. Uses Molly to buy time for a reposition. Oh, who's that? That's Tezes nearby. Dexter's playing long again. Fnatic need to start using their nades. They've used 1 grenade.
Yeah. But they'll have more than enough in the tank to issue a double pump on the mid B, or, you know, even re-exec the site if they feel like they've met too much resistance. But they'll have to start deploying that soon if they're hesitant about Heroic still holding on to Molotovs, because they've not got a lot of wiggle room on that clock. Oh, that nade does so much damage. Kixin is perfectly timed. They jump into CT and they lose 2 initially. Even getting up through short is a difficulty. 35 seconds for the remaining Fnatic members to pull this one together. Kixin finally dealt with, but there's another where that came from, and the nade on the rotate from Nerds. Catches body. It's Afro to try and clutch back. A flick that goes amiss. That bomb is still too far away, and Shush will seal it. A 7-5 advantage here on the final map. Let's see how things go in the second half after the break.
One half to go. Bit of a marathon series, but now we're at the business end. Winner faces Falcons for Rio. Loser goes home despondent after putting in so much work over the last 2 days. Heroic, a slim lead, but they're on the favored side. And Dexter is here.
A request we've had all qualifier long. And yeah, rearing his head when they face elimination. Seeing whether or not he can actually get impact on this T side as well. Or will it even be deemed necessary? This is a good call for Heroic. Going up towards short, they were starting to gravitate towards more B lean on Fnatic. But that one shot from Dexter has called body back in. Mid-B smoke, a flash, body will turn his attention in CT. So Mattis has to hold this line, but it's a quick back and forth. They're going to actually isolate body, and now they're down onto that CT ramp with Mattis down. It does come down to long retention, but they can get that plant safely, and Dexter can re-link up back short, courtesy the boxes that let him quick boost.
times in Heroic's favour. HP bars are not. So let's keep tabs on those. Fnatic need to go. It is a good plant for short. And Kixan is in a very important position here with Gandalf. He is cleared though. Where's the trade from short? Too late. Too late. They've handed this round to Fnatic surely at this point. Just has so much to do. He almost killed Crims. That would have been unbelievable.
He actually hit the headshot, yeah, and they didn't have kits, so if Crims died on that defuse, the round was done. Had he had the P250, that's a whole different story. Damn, just like that, the gap is likely to be closed. We'll see the force buy from Heroic into the second round. Of course, they can get that scout out, a lot of Galils alongside it. They will be very light on utility. They come in with 3 smokes, 1 immediately deployed towards those mid doors. They'll try and make use of just the 1 flash. They're trying to cross with distance. Nerds walking through the smoke, and it's a little slow for the reaction. Flame does get the better end of the duel. It's hard to force Fnatic into feeling uncomfortable with as little util as this. There's a lot of respect being given over by Fnatic, though. Jiggling, no one really committing to fights. See Matters with the smoke ready. A couple of shots that will take the attention of Crims as well as Mattis on this site. They are approaching that ramp.
Is this T-side going? I mean, they've just sort of given up.
Yeah,
they're respecting the smoke. They need to disrespect the smokes and just go for it. This is no man's land.
Well, it's because Kixan was cooking up something inside of CT, but Blaymaf is not running straight through this smoke. Oh my goodness. Well, Kixan, this should be a free kill, but action is still happening towards this B bomb site, and Kixan gets the double, and so Dexter's gonna try to reroute back over towards A. He should be able to do it as well. Crims won't be in time. They're there in time to cut them off, but he could have done damage as they went up the ramp. I just don't know if he's gonna be able to scale up into the site in time. He gets the plant. Oh my goodness. I thought Kixan had overcooked, but he gets those 2 kills through spawn, and the round is on. Crims is not healthy for this retake either.
That plant would not have happened without the change. How are Fnatic in this position? The round was on a platter, unlosable on the defense. Blamef butts head with his adversary, doesn't see him. 2 fast kills in CT, and wow, Heroic have just snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. They've broken Fnatic's money. Look at the cash. They've got no loss bonus. It has to be a full force buy. That's a disaster of the highest proportion.
And I eat my words. I thought there was no way Heroic could make them uncomfortable with the util they had, and lo and behold, Kixan just 1 step ahead. He has had some outrageous plays in this close qualifier. Like, the way that he has played and the moves that he is making. Some of them have just been game-defining. Something that will be hard to show up on the stat sheet, but he has had some crazy impact in some not-so-conventional ways.
I think whoever loses this series will not sleep well tonight. It has been a brawl. So many moments, rounds, and ultimately some of them become the match have teetered on. Nerds has space. He's creeping. Crims. The lone B defender, Matties is gone. And they're choosing the right direction, aren't they? Even if Crims can find a couple. He will not anyway, but that was all too easy. Plenty of players alive too. Money should be good here for Heroic. And this force buy has achieved zilch for the defense.
All you hope is that they don't make the same mistake they did on Mirage, where they tried to hunt Afro's scout. And it did cost them quite a lot, economically. Everyone is within one tag territory of losing their weapon. I think if Afro knew just how low everybody was, he may have considered this, but sadly will not be the case.
Heroic are pretty close now to winning this. This one will have to be a full eco. They've got money. I dare say fnatic really should pause before the next gun round, because I mean, even their buy won't be perfect, will it? They'll have to sack head armor, you'd have thought. They'll try and muster as many nades as possible. And in a game like this, a game of inches, every kill's going to matter. They need to do damage on even a round like this. They need to limit this economy. They can't face too many gun rounds. Be too much to brunt. We need some frags. We need to limit Heroic.
It will be a tough task. Again, one of the things we've highlighted as, I guess, a gap in Heroic is maybe sometimes the absence of an AWP. And Dexter hasn't had the chance to really show that off here on this T side as of yet, but I mean, there is no player that is, you know, missing massive opportunities in the same way that has been prevalent in some of the previous maps in this series. Can't even really say the same for fnatic, but the magic has really been more so in favor of Heroic. They have actually.
I think you could make a quite credible case that, given at least Blame F's stats recently, he hasn't been that level of factor in this series.
Sure. But it was Mattis and Body in the first map. Second wasn't too great, and yeah, no one's really leaping off the page here on Dust 2.
Just feels like Heroic, after a very hard-fought first half, have just started to stabilize. They don't actually need to hunt this Deagle. There's actually no reason. There's no right to be saved. Either way, 4 alive. Cash is tremendous. Absolutely tremendous for this T side. And, well, we're reaching do or die territory for every gun round now for fnatic. This has to work.
Want to see Afro get active. We can put all our attention onto Dexter, but Afro has been the better AWPer this series. It's a shame for all these different elements here for fnatic to just go missing here on the final map. Tessis, 1-for-1. Body does get a trade at the very least. But they are gambling more for these extremities, fighting more for long in the double push into the upper tunnels for fnatic. Mid B smoke, though, may pull and separate these players in those tunnels. They'll continue their adventure together. There is a crunch that Heroic have to beat on timing. They have to get into this site and set up into after plants before the flank on short can happen. And that Molotov will do very well to stall for time. Mattis going ahead of it. Nerds will gun the first, and Crims does trade, so they know their backs are vulnerable. Shush is 3 HP, and there is nowhere to hide if you're Heroic. You have to fight your way out of this. No safe havens. Smoke's down, and they are trading good, but Afro just gets completely obliterated, and Crims will answer back, but Kixen fighting out in the open. It's just a slaughter of trades back and forth. But Heroic squeak through there, finding themselves with a 5-round advantage.
Like a mud fight there at the end. That kill from Shush, impactful is a tremendous understatement to describe that kill. That is series defining. And Fnatic, look at them. The best they can muster is a half buy, and it's a pretty weak one of that. Heroic have a huge opportunity now. They can just hold their nerve to creep up to 12, have 6 series points with so many buys behind them. They'd have a, you know, something like a 95% chance of winning the series at that point.
Yeah.
Just got to hold their nerve now, communicate well. Stay on the same page. Even if you run into a stack, doesn't really matter on long on Dust 2. You just need to hold your nerve.
This would be a miracle for Fnatic to win this round. Half investment, Body is somewhat having to face check long. He's got this flash primed, and with that smoke on the long cross, Body gets his gun drawn, but he won't make use of that flash whatsoever. Shush, immediate entry, Blame through the smoke, does backstab, so it's still a 3-on-3. Trying to stall for time as well is Kixan. Doesn't want to transit with that bomb. Crim's a real chance on that Deeg, but even though Tessus was not aware, he was still mobile. Tough shot to hit. Matt is trying to creep forward, and they may have gotten a little close. It may have gotten a little hairy, but Heroic, the better guns, some good trading, and they'll have 6 shots to get that game against the Falcons.
So important that Kixan doesn't get overzealous. He was so alone on that side with the bomb. But he waits. Lets Nerds flank. Brings Dexter into play. And they've allotted themselves so many chances. Tez is going to run with a Mac 10. You can just buy an AK, brother. Oh, that is not a good start, is it? Dexter saved his best for last here in this qualifier. Where has this man been for the last 2 days? He is proving a point here on Dust 2. Fnatic from a deficit now. See defeat rearing its ugly head. What can they do to avert it?
Ooh, okay. I got scared there for a moment. Notes just had knife drawn. I think his mouse might be having... Oh, no. It is really deliberating. Push, upper tunnels, Kixan. A 1-for-1. But they were already at a man advantage, so... Still not good news here for Fnatic. Body, though, goes uncleared out at long. Shush as well won't clear up close. It's Blame F that has the whole round at the palm of his hands. He sees the bomb, but they go out and check it, and the flash almost catching Blame F. That could have been disastrous. That was the way back into the round, and Blame F has delivered. It's Tessus on this interesting Mac 10, given he has 12.5k, and he gets nothing for his troubles.
Why on earth is the second man clearing that? Can't believe that. Interesting.
I think he just glanced at Pit just in case.
Yeah, it could be right. Okay, so pause here for Heroic. I like this. You know, take every gun round one at a time. They'll feel a bit hard done by. They had a very clean entry on Dexter there. Very clean entry. Couldn't get it done. Blame F. Trigger discipline comes good. And Fnatic have gone for a double AWP setup. They scooped one off the ground. See where they disperse those. I'd assume it's going to be either long or car on A. Maybe short. And then one more B-centric. Maybe starting towards mid and then falling. Maybe window or back site. Back plat, that is, on B. We'll see.
Yeah, kind of regardless of what they do, they don't have long spawns on either of those AWPs, so very difficult for them to take that long phase. Ooh, wow. The jump across there from Crims, he's punished for that action. Down to 8 HP. He's trying to set up for an easier frag for his CT AWPer, but there's action happening all over towards long. Body does get himself close to the blue bin, and they are none the wiser. They don't even consider it. It was knife drawn there from Shush, but Body doesn't get away with more than just that one. A Blame AWP. Not seeing too much of it. Hoping it's the right choice. Oh my goodness, that smoke is awkward. Dexter sees, and Blame knows not to hang around in a car. Would have been mollied out, would have been forced to fight Dexter. Still a very late lurk from Tessus. I mean, he's holding through Suicide, and oh, I thought he'd catch the timing. Matthews was starting to mantle into short. But sure, these guys are walking wounded, but they have a man up. I should know it's an A-side attack. Crims has taken over the tunnels. Corps are here. Bad time to pull a molly. Afro gave up his angle. A chance there for Dexter as well. Afro is ill-prepared. Nade up, but Kixon's found the entry, and Afro has to be pinpoint precise. He loses Matties as support, and Nert's there. It's Crims on that 8 HP, and then he started this round with journeying into the B bomb site to try and keep Fnatic in this. But Heroic have every advantage. They just need that plant, and they will punch it in.
Crims has won some impossible clutches in his career. And he'll have to add another to make this possible. Can't find Dexter. It is Heroic. A very clean performance. Very well deserved. They played their best map of Counter-Strike in this qualifier, in this game of Dust 2. That was phenomenal. And of course, Dexter picked a good time. Picked a good time. Shows what he can do.
Yeah, and, you know, if not for some woes on CT side of Anubis, you know, this series could have been done on every map. You know, it felt like Heroic had advantages after advantages from almost every map in the series. So always Fnatic fighting from behind, but never really out of it. There were a lot of rounds that were thrown into so much chaos between these two teams. So I do think that this is a series that could have gone the other way had a few more of those hectic bouts actually fallen in Fnatic's favor.
Tough day for Fnatic. I think they'll feel disappointed about how this qualifier has gone. They've played some close, some compelling maps and games. With the win over Cloud9 was probably the best CS they've played. But too hot to handle. Maybe this project needs some more time, but when we said it before the series, neither of these teams is going to be truly happy with where they are right now in the world. And I don't know. Fnatic, still work to do. Showing good signs, I guess, at times, but not quite the team they want to be yet.
Yeah, no, that is almost certainly the case. There's a lot of growing pains, I think, for both these teams as they're betting in new players, and sure, Blame has been there for 3 months, but still, I think some kinks to work out, that's for sure. Heroic, though, are destined to face the Falcons for that final spot out of this close qualifier for the Intel Extreme Masters Rio. Eternal Fire, like we pointed out earlier, already made it through after a pretty dominant route, I think, throughout this entire close qualifier. Some really nice Counter-Strike from the Turkish squad. But it's these international teams that we have to bear our eyes on for tomorrow. But that won't be on the B stream. That will be on ESL CS. So that URL up above, just get rid of the B. And tune in tomorrow for that game to find out who actually is our second team to go to Rio. But that's it for us today. And it has been a pleasure, Alan. But for everybody watching at home, thank you for tuning in with us, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Anubis!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World
Give up our love, don't give up our love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show